Good evening or good afternoon. This is Thursday, August 3rd, 2023, special meeting. Scheduled to start at 4:30, but it's now 4:42. Let us begin. This meeting is now called to order. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Shoshone Stewart, and Pledge of Allegiance will be led by School Board Member Mark Ballou. In his absence, if one of our other board members will volunteer to lead the pledge. Thank you. Mr. Mike Goday will lead the pledge.
Bald heads. As we gather here today, we seek your wisdom, God, and guidance to protect us from self-interest and narrow agendas, to teach us humility and to make us hungry for your will and do what's best for the children of our district. And all these blessings we ask, amen.
Please repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Will we begin with a roll call? Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis. District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Kennison. District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for holding down the meeting until I was able to get here. Now we're on roll call. We'll go to first item, which would be item B1, item for consideration, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, addendum. Can we get a motion?
You have to read the item into.
Oh, you know why? This happened last time too. On the back. I'm sorry. Consideration of a request for the approval of an addendum to the Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Kids Carousel to provide additional early childhood seats. Now, can we get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Michael Goday. So, let me get inside of the queue. I'm sorry. Ms. Shoshone Stewart, you go right ahead.
I have some questions about this item for the persons possibly that can help me answer this. Can you please approach?
Board Member Stewart, can I just give context as our folks?
That's what I want.
Yes, and then I'll have the team come up, and you guys can start walking up. We have 45 early childhood parents at BR Flame, and the school. There are permits and those things that need to happen. There's construction that you will hear that the team will talk about, and the construction is not done yet. Therefore, the permits cannot be done. And so we are recommending that the board consider this addendum in the MOU just in case school is not ready to be open, and so this is why this action has been brought to the board at this late time, and so this is a contingency for that. As you can imagine, there has been delays in that process, so just wanted to give context.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? So, like the superintendent said, this is a proactive measure. This does not mean that this will go into effect, but we are being proactive in our planning and saying, hey, if we don't get the licensing in time, then we have a secondary plan. We are pending the fire marshal inspection at this time, which was scheduled for tomorrow. But as of today, the fire marshal called and said, hey, I won't be there till Monday morning. We're at the mercy of the fire marshal. So if he comes Monday morning, he will give us our occupancy certificate. From that point on, then early childhood can take their certificate and turn it into licensing. To my knowledge, early childhood has already submitted for their licensing, but it also is pending on DHH inspection and LDOE inspection, which all of that stuff, all those, each one triggers one another. This project was scheduled to be done July 29th. we're into Monday before the fire marshal will come and do their final inspection for us. So again, we're just trying to be ahead of the game, be proactive for the just in case, plan for the worst, but hope for the best.
So the original finish date was July 29th? That was the original schedule date?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was with the anticipation of all inspections, permits, and all of that would be done prior to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And who made that schedule?
So that schedule is made by the architect, and the school board sets that schedule to say, hey, we have these deadlines that we need to meet, and then the contractor agrees to those deadlines.
And the reason why I'm asking, because it seems like that's kind of pushing it close to the start of school, July 29th, being that August is right around the corner. And of course, with construction, you have to put, time in for delays and things of that nature, because then it poses my next question, who's responsible for the delays?
It is. And so some of the delays was dependent on unforeseen items that arose. One of them in particular, the biggest one, was the steel structure at the stairwell on the exit stairs for the second floor. When we opened that up, we discovered that it was rusted and eroding away, which then led into some of the building. So they had to take some of that out, replace that, which extended some lead time on that item. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm speaking specifically to Baton Rouge Flame at this point.
Okay.
Sorry. So that erosion for that. You also had some other items that we've already worked through.
Sorry, point of order. Mr. Morales, and I'm only doing this because I want the public to know, as somebody is speaking, you can't address questions from the floor. There will be a public speaking time on this particular item, but to make sure that we're staying within the lines of what we're talking about for this item, please make sure we keep all comments to ourselves. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So also other items like lead times on windows, doors, those things. And so like the windows, for example, there's a long lead time on it. The contractor realized that during the project and said, hey, I'm going to give you some temporary windows. And so we actually have a temporary window system in that'll come in after the project's completed for them to swap out. We've done things like that to ensure that we make it to the deadline. EBR, before the project even bid out, we bought the mechanical equipment because we knew it was a long lead time. So instead of saying, hey, we're going to get into this and then we're going to be stuck with no air, we bought it ourselves and said, hey, you install it, we'll buy it for you. So everything that we could have done to be proactive in this, to try to make that July 29th deadline, is what we did.
No.
And that's how we came up with the 29th. And the 29th is close, but the amount of work that had to be done, you couldn't ask for it to be done any sooner. In the very beginning also, you had asbestos abatement that had to happen. That was about a 12-day process between permitting and the abatement work being done before anybody could even get into that space to start work, because it was a contained area.
So would you say that there was an EBR delay or a contractor delay?
I would say, I would say neither. It's a matter of the project was planned and scheduled, and then you had those unforeseens that came up. That
So the delay was based on unforeseens, that's it?
Correct.
Because my question is, because of the delays, who encounters the expenses for the delay? It seems like we are going to be counting the additional expenses for this delay that nobody is accountable for, but we just have to bear that expense. That's my question. I don't understand how that come about as far as when you construction, because when doing construction, I know you have time frames and dates. And so my thing is, was it just were you guys just notified, or whomever was recently notified this week or last week about it not being ready, or the delays? Because you're coming to us asking us, to be safe, and that's understandable. But at what point were you notified, or were you guys notified to say, hey, we may need to ask for some time because, we may not be finished?
Yeah, so last week, at last week's progress meeting, we had the fire marshal there, we had the architect, and all those people, right? And that's when we said, hey, look, what is our inspection date that we will get? And at that time, the fire marshal said, hey, I'll come back Friday and do your inspection for you on Friday, because at that point, you'll be ready.
Yeah, it just don't seem acceptable. It doesn't. But yeah, thank you. I'll let somebody else go.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And I will now enter the queue. And let me just start out by saying I am not pleased with this process. And the reason why I'm not pleased with the process is because I'm hearing that the date was originally July 29th. I didn't find out about this, and the board didn't find out about this until August 1st. And we got school next week. And now parents are reaching out to us wondering what the heck is going on. And now we have to pre-plan this or try to figure this out almost like we're putting the pieces together as we are going. And one of the things we talked about as a board is that we don't want this to be the thing that continues in the future. I think And I also agree with Ms. Shoshone Stewart that it is unacceptable to say that it's nobody's fault. It has to be somebody's fault because it should have been recognized last week if the original date was supposed to be on the 29th. Somebody should have known on the 29th. We should have found out then, or we should have found out well in advance. But that's not the case today. So I would love to know who is the contractor, what communications were sent out, and what's the process for those communications moving forward. Because to Ms. Fairleigh Jackson's point, there are several schools that are now tied up in this process, and we have to figure out as a board how we get through this. And I'm sure other board members will have the same sentiments because this makes us look bad. We get through one problem, and now another problem comes up that's not even our problem, but we have to address it anyway. So to our first question, who is the contractor for this particular project?
Sienna Construction.
Sienna Construction, okay. When can we talk to Sienna Construction, or when can we meet with them, with our personnel team, to get some answers around this?
Meet with them tomorrow. They're on
Thank
site
you.
now.
I will make myself available. I will ask any other board members. I was making sure that we don't exceed quorum, that if you can make yourselves available, please do so. Because again, I'm not trying to point a finger at you, Mr. Morales, or you, Ms. Spalding, but this is not a good look for our district, especially when we have school next week. And I just want you guys to know again, I don't think this is acceptable at all. I'll just stop there. Coach, you got it from here.
Thank you. Flame is in District 5. I've made a point this week to go out and visit my principals. Everything okay? How y'all doing? We're ready to start school. I was at Flame on the 28th, and it wasn't an issue on the 28th. The day before, I was there, and it wasn't an issue. The next day, I get a call from Board President Lannis saying that we've got this problem. Now, we're talking about housing these children possibly at Kid Carousel, correct? Do we currently have a micro center at Crestworth that's run by Kid Carousel? So if we've got a micro center at Crestworth, why would we pay, what, $45,000 a month? Is that the number? To house kids at Kid Carousel when we can take them to a school that we're paying lights, water, air conditioning, utilities? Why would we pay Kid Carousel that money when they're using one of our buildings free of charge?
So, that moment, okay. So the reason we didn't is because when we analyzed the 45 addresses of the parents, they live far away from Kids Carousel at Crestworth. And so that would have been a burden on them to drive from Baton Rouge Center or Baton Rouge Flame, where many of them have other children, to Kids Carousel.
Is there another elementary school that's not at capacity in close proximity of Flame?
The issue is the licensing law for Louisiana is when children are under 4 by September 30th, they have to be in a licensed facility. So we have other buildings with capacity, but they aren't legally licensed to have children under 4.
Someone else may have made this comment. These kids are 3 and under, right?
Yes, sir. 3 years old for
3
these
years.
schools.
There's no law that says they have to be in school on August the 9th.
No, sir, there's not a law that
Okay.
says that.
All right. So we're just kind of trying to rush and put them someplace. And by law, they're not even required to be in a building on August the 9th. I can't, in all good conscience, sign off on paying almost 90, well, if they're there 2 months, we're talking about 95 grand. If they're a month, we're talking about 45 grand. That's 95, that's at least maybe 2 teacher salaries that we can pay for the year, as opposed to 30 days or 60 days. You know, just food for thought. I think we really need to unpack this and find a little bit better situation. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lennis. I've got a couple of questions because I'm honestly a little confused from reading both the memo and the addendum about what the financial arrangements are. So either maybe you or Council Shamlin can address. what's the financial difference between what we would have paid had everything happened on time and opened on time versus what we're going to pay if we pull the trigger on doing this?
So this is still a contingency. We have all applications in, and we have been talking with people at those agencies to see if we can get them in quick as possible. And, some people are working and saying we can try to get that. So hopefully my plan is for us to still start at these school buildings on the date that we're supposed to start. But if that happened, then we, of course, wouldn't have to pay this funding because they would be in their school building.
Right. But what are we paying, and let's assume that we can't get things licensed in
Okay,
time, right?
okay.
And so we have to actually use this MOU
Yes, sir.
addendum. What's the difference, because we were going to be paying these providers to provide some services at our site to begin with, right? What's the difference what we would have been paying them had we opened on time and what we'd be paying them under this addendum?
I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Board Member Martin, can I clarify?
Sure.
Just so, is the question around if we, for example, use Kid Carousel for a week, what the prorate would cost?
Well, there's two questions, Superintendent. That's one of them. Does the addendum provide for prorating and allow us the flexibility to use them only as long as we absolutely have to before
Yes.
the new facility opens? And for whatever period that is, what is the relative difference? Are we relieved of some obligation to pay under the original agreement? So there's two questions.
Okay.
The prorate, so it's $630 per month, and the way that they divide it is there are 20 school days in a month. So we would have to just take that $630 and divide it by however many school days are in this month, and that'll give you the prorated per day. And I've provided $15.75 per day for the meals. So that's the prorate. I don't have a calculator on me right now,
No,
but
but again, Ken, what's the Maybe start by refreshing my recollection on how our fundamental arrangement with them,
Right,
when
okay.
when we have the site available, works, right? Because we're paying for the child care people, like the child care, the people caring for the children will be EBRSS employees, correct?
correct, yes, sir.
Right. And so will those same EBRSS employees be going to Kids Carousel to provide the services during the
Yes,
interim?
sir. So I understand your question. You're asking about the rates of Kids Carousel versus the rates of Kids Carousel with our children.
At our site.
Okay, yes, okay. So what I have here is a breakdown of the rates, the regular rates for Kids Carousel at both locations. So for Kids Carousel, Our Lady of the Lake, their rates, first there's a registration fee of $200, but that's an annual fee. Then there's the tuition. The tuition at Our Lady of the Lake is $975 a month, regular for 3-year-olds. For before and after care, that's an additional $433 per month. So for that rate, for the first month, that'd be about $1,600 a month. What we're doing is the $630 a month. The $630 a month is actually not a full $630. It's really $530 a month, plus she's charging $100 for before and after care, because these children will have access to be dropped off as early as 7 and picked up as late as 5:30. So she went down on the rate for that to provide that service. Also, when we have early dismissal days, the kids will be able to stay there the entire time.
But just in broad figures, though, so I hear what you're saying. So if I understood what you just said, when Kids Carousel is providing services at our sites.
That's at their site.
Okay, so my first question is, what are we paying Kids Carousel when we're using their license at our site?
Right. When we're using their license, we don't, at our site, at Crestworth, that's what you're talking about,
Yeah.
at Crestworth. Okay, so at the Micro Center,
Right?
it's $630 per month, but we provide the food, of course.
We provide the food
They
and-
provide the teachers. They have to have liability insurance for all their kids because they're at our site, but they are under their license.
Okay.
So that's the Micro Center site.
But the teachers, when they're at Crestworth Micro Center,
Yes.
the teachers, the child care carers are our employees or their employees?
Their employees.
Their employees. And so that $630 a month includes the cost of the teacher, the caregiver.
The caregiver, the insurance, they have to carry insurance on each kid and all
So
this.
that's $630 a month. So now, if we have to pull the trigger on this addendum and send them to the kids carousel site, that's Kid Carousel.
Actual, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
then we won't have to pay them the $630 for whatever period of time, right? Because they're not coming and providing the services at our place, right? So instead of the $630 that we'd pay them at Crestworth or at Flame, right, is the plan, then we would be paying them instead 900 and something
So-
plus the food.
So what we're paying for, if we have to pull the trigger on this plan, is $630. That's the tuition, but that's $530 for the tuition plus $100 for before and after care. That's rolled into the $630. What's happening is the classrooms that they're making available are seats that they cannot fill for their regular site. So that's $630. What's also happening is the $315, and that's why it becomes $975, is for the food program. There is a federal food program, but if we enroll them in the federal food program through Kids Carousel and the site is ready in a week, then that delays us, and then so that's why we're paying for the food as
So
well.
then this is what I'm really trying to get at. What are we paying extra to house them temporarily at Kids Carousel compared to what we would have been paying the service provider at Flame, for example?
Okay. The service provider wouldn't have been at Flame. It would have been our teachers at Flame, so we wouldn't have been paying anything. I'm trying to understand.
Okay. No, I'm trying to, no, okay. No, it's all very complex, so
Okay.
I get it. Okay, so, all right, so if we were, but we're at Flame, all right?
Right.
If everything was open on time,
Yeah.
at Flame, it would be our license or Kid Carousel's license?
It will be our license.
It'd be our license?
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. And so we would be bearing all those costs. I thought for some reason or other that we were relying on other service
To
providers to
deliver.
come
Oh,
in.
we're not, okay.
ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. For Baton Rouge Flame and Baton Rouge Center, they would operate just like we have at Dufrock and Belfair, who have children under 4. Those are licensed facilities.
Okay.
Those are EBR licensed facilities,
Okay.
which is different from what we have at the micro centers with our regular ed programs. So those are magnet programs. These are magnet programs that early childhood is just partnering with, just to help through the process. For our regular education, early childhood programs, we actually have an MOU with a licensed provider to provide services at our building. So we don't have to deal with the licensing and all of those because this is not our license.
And then, all right, that's very helpful, thank you. And so then under the addendum, if we have to pull the trigger on that, we will be paying basically for the number of days that we use, the
Right,
number of
the
school days that
prorate-
we
yes,
use,
sir.
on a prorated basis. So if we need them for a week, we're paying them for a week,
Yes,
and
sir.
that's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Shanley, you comfortable that that's what the contract says?
Yes, sir. And if needed, if we need to tighten language in the addendum to say that, we can.
Okay.
But yes, the relationship with Kids Carousel is such that it would be a day-by-day,
Okay.
essentially, rent.
All
is
right,
what it is.
that helps me be able to perhaps support this because we're not committing to $45,000. We're committing to, a day-by-day rate essentially.
Yeah.
Mr. Morales, my concern with and there'll be time later to debrief on what could have been done better through all this. I understand certainly the construction projects, asbestos comes up unexpectedly. You find out as you get into demolition of a wall that suddenly you see that behind the wall, there was a completely rotted steel structure that you now realize you have to replace, and that causes delays. I get that. But my concern is that even with a scheduled completion date of July 29th, that is so close to the end of school, and we're only 4 days, past that date, really 5 days past that date, that it was always going to be very tight to get all these sequential things. So, when we take the time to debrief and really understand what happened here, I would suggest we examine what was the game plan to get these final approvals, even when we were scheduled for a July 29th date. And second, just as a practical matter, I assume that you and your staff are working and making phone calls to our contacts at DHH and and the fire marshal and whatnot to try to get everybody to say, please, I know you can't sign off till the previous guy signs off, but will you all come on the same day and sign off 5 minutes after each other rather than 2 days after?
Yeah, so like I said, the fire marshal was actually at the meeting, the last progress meeting we had as a courtesy. Just say, hey, look, here's the timeline. I'm going to be out here when you finish. Unfortunately, he called today and said, hey, we have an educational class tomorrow that we have to all be in, our entire department, so we can't be there till Monday morning at 8 o'clock. We've also made contact with DHH and said, hey, this is already in your queue, just FYI. It's coming up. This is our date that we're shooting for completion, so if you could put us up. And so they have all said, hey, look, you know, typically we have a sequence of operation for which one comes first. At this point, we don't care. Just you tell us when it's going to be done, and we're going to be there.
Okay. If there's anything that any of us can do in terms of making calls to any connections that we may have to expedite, and I assume they all understand the severity and the necessity of getting things open before the school year starts. I've been there, lived that myself. But if there's anything that we can do to call and encourage them to place it on a higher priority than they have, please do not wait. You know, and my final concern, which I share with my colleagues, is that you had to have had some idea prior to July 29th that it was not going to open on time, right? And that's the sort of thing that we need to know about, because we're going to be the ones that are getting calls from parents the second the word goes out, and we need to be prepared to deal with those so that we've got your back explaining what happened rather than sitting here grilling you over why we didn't know anything and why the delay has happened.
Understand.
Thank you.
That conversation.
I figured you had, Ms. Scott Spalding. Thank you. President Lannis, thank you.
We did have that conversation. I wanted the board to hear that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. Next, we have Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis in the queue.
Okay, just first question. So do you feel pretty secure in the fact that the fire marshal will be available on Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We talked to him personally on the phone today, had a very long conversation with him. You know, and I explained to him too, I said, you know, our big push for the certificate of occupancy is for them to finish their licensing portion, because that's a determining factor that LDOE is going to wait on. You know, they're going to wait on that certificate of occupancy before they say, okay, I'm going to come out. And yes, so he confirmed with us today and then sent us an email after and said, 8 o'clock Monday morning, I will be on site.
Okay. Okay, and Dr. Griffin, a quick question for you as well. If we decided not to proceed forward, what would be the expected outcome for our children academically?
Academically, if we are not able to do this, then we would have to have a delayed start to school for these children. Originally, all of our pre-K students stagger in. So on the 9th, there is no school for pre-K. That's just when all parent meetings are held. And then on the 10th and the 11th, we do a third to ease the kids in. So we would have had 5 kids per class on the 10th, 5 on the 11th, 13th, 5 on the 14th, and then all children come together on the 15th as the first official day of school for pre-K, because we stagger in.
So have parents been notified of this already?
We have talked with parents today and told them that we are bringing this before the board, what the contingencies are. Hopefully that we can go forward with. We have notified parents, so.
I'm sorry, Dr. We've notified all parents, correct?
Yes, sir. All the parents.
All 45.
All
Yes,
45
I just
in
wanna make
contact.
sure.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. My other question is, when we think just thinking in regards to pacing and scope and sequence, how would this affect, like, in the long term of the school year?
Okay. So the first few weeks of pre-K, we are working on seeing what level they're on. So it's a lot of testing, academic testing. So the month of August is really testing and getting them used to their new environment. It's not unheard of for pre-K because a lot of these kids is their first time in school. It's a lot of crying. It's a lot of separation anxiety. So the month of August is really geared towards that social emotional growth, and then just determining the level that they're on. The academic portion where we are teaching brand new things because we've assessed all the things that they know in that month of August and gotten them used to being away from mom or wherever. By the time we get to the academic portion, that's really kind of in September after Labor Day when we push in with the new knowledge because it's such a transition for them coming from home or wherever to a new big school, especially 3 years old. We have that at 4 years old, so at 3 years old, it's that much more.
So it sounds like this would not technically affect the students in regards to academics.
No, ma'am, not based on how we gear up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Michael Gode.
Thank you, sir. Most of my questions have been answered, but, excuse me. On the notification of the parents, what form did that notification, how was it done? I just want to make sure that, was it phone calls, was it emails?
Phone calls, the Magnet, yes. So,
Okay.
as again, we are partnering with the Magnet. This is a Magnet pre-K program, so we're partnering with them. So they made the phone calls. We all constructed the information that we
Okay.
were going to present, and then they made the phone
So
calls.
it was a positive contact, it wasn't just an email?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. My other question, I think Mr. Martin went through, because I was worried about it, the incremental cost and things
Proration.
like that.
And I'm sorry
So-
I didn't understand.
Yeah,
the
but
question.
he answered all of that. I guess the other thing is, we talk about the academic status of the children, but also there's an economic viewpoint for the parents.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm sure they are banking, no pun intended, banking on this being available to them, and they would have all kind of child care issues and things like that if they don't.
Yes, sir. So this is a contingency plan. I fully want all of these inspections to happen and us to start as we intended
Right.
to. But in case there isn't, I am a parent and I couldn't imagine, and that's why we had to make sure we had this contingency plan because parents have to go to work. And that's why we worked in the contingency plan, the ability for them to have extended hours in that. So
Right.
7 to 5:30 instead of the regular 8 to 3:30 day.
I appreciate the forethought on that, and I appreciate the forethought of bringing a contingency plan because, like Mr. Martin, I understand that delays happen. I was working on a church building. We got delayed 6 months because we couldn't get any electrical panel. I mean, whose fault is that? You just couldn't get them. My other question, though, is, this project is going through a lot of discussion and things and delays. I think we delayed voting some things on this project as a board. Did the delays at the board level cause any of the delays in the construction project, or that was not an impact?
No, sir, because it still got bid out on the timely manner and accepted and awarded.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we weren't our own enemy on this.
The only thing that may have affected is for them to start giving their submittals and ordering doors and that stuff. But even at that point in time, I'll be honest with you, we still would have had to expedite that stuff, which we did in the end.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure and double check that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Call for a point of information. School Board Member Martin, you can call for a point of information and you can speak on it. Yes, sir.
Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on.
No, it's on. That's, no, thank you, Coach. I appreciate that. All right. No, I remember that we'd had discussion of that issue. What happened was, it was the May meeting, I believe. At the committee of the whole, we were uncomfortable because of the issue raised about the public hearing or whether there was one. We all collectively were concerned about missing schedule, so we didn't delay the vote. We simply referred it without recommendation to the board. So we had the vote the same time we would have had it anyway, and the staff held the public hearing in the interim. So ultimately there was no delay in board action on that one.
Okay, at this time now, seeing no other names inside of the queue, we will now go to the public for comment. And before I read the first person to come up, or call the first person up, I will ask if there is anyone inside of the room who would like to make a public comment. Please make your way inside of the atrium and pick up one of the comment cards for a special meeting. All right, we got you. You picked the wrong card, though, to Dr. James Finney. Is it? Okay, you had a special meeting on this one. Okay, so get the pink comment card rather than the yellow golden card inside of the atrium. Fill it out. No, you're good, Ms. Farrelly. You don't have to do that. So Please get a pink card, fill it out in the atrium, bring it to Madam Secretary. She'll bring it up, and I will call on you shortly. First up to talk is going to be Ms. Fairleigh Jackson.
Fairleigh Jackson, District 5, and a BRCVPA parent and a Sherwood Middle parent. I want to apologize for speaking out. I just noticed that the superintendent had failed to address the fact that BRCPA is also a part of this. So it's important that as we all start discussions that everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. So with that being said, as a BRCVPA mom, I'm still not sure what happened with our site. That hasn't even been talked about. So I appreciated asking what happened. And, you know, Coach, I mean, we're going to be out of your district for a little bit, but then we're going to be back in. So we're still yours. We're still yours, you know. So I would like that to be addressed. I would really like to know what's happening with BRCVPA. It has been a long couple days, and I'm aware of the calls, and I'm grateful for those. A parent called me. What they were told was that there was a meeting tonight. They were called at noon today. I'd like to know how many actual people were gotten on the phone. We didn't ask that. And they were also told that they were probably going to be ready by August 14th. So that wasn't mentioned. So I would really like to know why this parent was told this. Also, the whole money thing, I kind of got lost. Mr. Martin, you were trying so hard to dive into it, but I'm still confused. It still feels like we're overpaying. I also did confirm with Kids Carousel that what they pay per student, per 3-year-old per day is $7.50 for food, not $15.75 for food. That took a simple phone call to find out. Most importantly, these principals, these teachers, these PTOs, these parents, and these kids really deserve an apology. We are less than a week from school, and our administrators, our wonderful principals, our magnet coordinators are fielding these questions that they don't even know what's happening, and that's completely unfair. And these parents have trusted their littles, their 3-year-olds. This is their first entree into our public school system, and this is their experience. This is problematic. And yes, once again, you're faced with something that you have to vote for. And this cannot keep happening. Y'all don't deserve this. Nobody deserves this. So, but I would like some answers around why BRCPA is delayed. We have not talked about that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next, we have Dr. James Feeney.
Thank you. How many times are you going to say, this can't happen again, and then you let it happen again and again and again? I'm glad Ms. Jackson mentioned the site at Kenilworth for BRCVPA is moving even kindergartners into a middle school. Sounds iffy to me. So I can't imagine that it's going to be ready for 3-year-olds, but maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. There's a fundamental problem with this whole issue, well, several. One of them is that we're offering 3-year-old seats to I'm sure a disproportionately advantaged segment of the community, when we probably don't have enough 4-year-old seats for significantly disadvantaged members of the community, and that's a problem. Furthermore, if in May you decided to approve reconfiguration of the Flame facility to allow 3-year-olds, and I think later than that, you decided to move BRCVPA to the Kenilworth site, then why in the world had the administration already promised 3-year-old seats to parents? That application process shouldn't have happened if you didn't have the space available, and it did. And again, that keeps happening over and over and over again. One of the presenters mentioned that you are licensed for 3-year-olds at Dufrock and Belfair. Dufrock and Belfair aren't very far from where I would guess a lot of these parents live. So, did anybody seriously consider whether we could just fit these into Dufrock and Belfair as opposed to paying money from some yet-to-be-determined fund? I saw part of an email thread that said Ready Start Network and Early Child PDG would be tapped. Well, that's 4 different funds that you just approved a budget for. And in every case, well, you would completely wipe out 2 or severely interfere with what's left on 4. So you're going to have to rebudget those if you do this. And remember, you just approved budgets on Monday. And you did approve a trigger in there that if the administration wants to change any fund more than 1%, you must approve that in advance. And on the backup, they didn't even tell you which fund they want to use or which funds and in which order. And at some point, you have to demand competence. Hopefully tonight's that night. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Next, we have Ms. Tessa Holloway from Kid Carousel.
Hi, I'm Tessa with Kids Carousel. I just wanted to bring a little clarity to some of the things that you stated, and to the mom that came up that said my food cost. I don't know what phone call that made because I pay my bills and I wouldn't know how she would be privy to that. But the cost associated with everything, the reason we can do what we can do at Crestworth is because you guys so graciously have allowed us to serve that community without rent, without paying food, without utilities. In a building that I have a mortgage in, however, we're going to have to pay for food, utilities, liability insurance, the cook, the staff that's going to be there before and after, because that's not going to be EBR staff. So this, I would like to applaud EBR for the fact that they had a contingency plan. I don't have anything or know anything about the construction and everything else that went prior to this. What I have is an early childhood network that called and asked, can you do this in case of this? I got a phone call from a parent at 7:38 yesterday that was like, if this doesn't go through, then what happens? I have to go to work. So that's where I am with that. It's fine if you know, this doesn't happen for us, but it's the parents and the kids that are gonna have a problem. So I'm here to say I support this, obviously, and the funding thing is still, this is what it is. It can be a day by day, and it's not a, I don't think that it's much of a choice when it comes to what's going to happen with the parents that have to go to work on Tuesday morning. So I just wanted to make that statement. But I appreciate that they had a plan and that they did call and prepare at whatever time frame that it happened, it happened. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Seeing no other cards for public comment at this time, I'll wait a second in case anybody had one that they were filling out. If you did, you could please raise your hand. Okay, at this time, seeing no other public comment cards, we will now come back to the board. I'll put myself inside of the queue. Mr. Randy Morellis, can you please come up? And I'll be real quick. So I just wanted to say for the record, I didn't want my comments earlier to be of any issue or problem for you or Miss Monique Spalding. I'm not blaming you. Anytime I have ever come to you, you have always followed up diligently with either email, text, call, every single time. And I do understand that you all are working with other people and you have to work around their schedules, their time, and you're working with multiple agencies. My only hang-up was the concerns and things that we heard tonight. the emails and calls that we have to receive, such as what Mr. Patrick Martin said. Because if we don't know what's going on, and I know, as you said before, you all got this information then and you gave it to us as soon as you got it. But if we don't know what's going on, we get grilled and then everybody gets grilled and it makes us all look bad. I do stand, however, by my comments about the contractor, because I do think that they were privy to information that they should have let us know so that we could get in front of this earlier and make all of the proper protocols to make this an amendable situation for everyone, including our board. But I did want to say on the record, I have no problem with you or Ms. Monique Spalding. Whenever I need something, you all always come through. But I do still want to meet with that contractor tomorrow.
Understood, and I understand your point of view. And to address Ms. Fairley Jackson, so we didn't talk about BRCVPA because Baton Rouge Flame is the big ticket item, right? Because that's the most constructive. BRCVPA is actually done already. It's already undergoing the license process. It's just pending LDOE's licensing process. So there's no hang up with the BRCVPA like we're waiting on the fire marshal at Baton Rouge Flame at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Madam Vice President Paul Lewis.
Mr. Morales, you can stay.
Almost.
So still with that same question, so what's the expectation of the timeline for us to hear back from LDOE in regards to BRCVPA?
I'm going to have to go to my colleague.
Well, I do apologize. You're going to...
I'm sorry. So LDOE, we submitted the licensing and we spoke with the director of licensing and she said she's going to get someone out in the next couple of days. And as Mr. Morales said, they said at this point we're not even trying to worry about the order. We're going to come do our part. And so she said if the fire marshal and DHH can come in the next couple of days, then at least our part will be done.
So once again, you expect them to move with haste is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is still in response to Dr. Finney's question. What is the funding source for those who are a part of our audience so that they will know as well?
The Ready Start Network. So Ready Start Network deals with pre-K expansion. And there are a few Ready Start networks in Louisiana, and that's with early childhood networks. And basically, they give us the grant funding to do innovative initiatives around expansion of early childhood. We can use it for fun. We can use it to develop a committee to look at fundraising. We could use it for expanded seats. This is one of our grant pots that allows us to use it in a way that will advance early childhood. So that's why it's called the Ready Start Network, because we're ready to start.
So it's grant funding and not general fund funding?
Correct. It's not general. None of this is general fund. It's all early childhood grant funding.
Just wanted to say that for the record.
Okay.
Always say it for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I have not been shy about expressing my concerns when things are brought to us at the last minute, and I've expressed more than my share of frustration. This strikes me at a different chord. Things happen in construction projects. We are doing something new and different, which we should applaud ourselves for in trying to provide these early childhood education services to the families of Baton Rouge. That makes it easier for them to have jobs and to continue working their jobs while they have children. It allows us to have earlier access to the children to provide them educational enrichment at an earlier age. So I think those services are very good. And when you do something new and different and challenging, something that our very often older school buildings were not originally designed for, you sometimes have to move quickly and on tight time frames. And every now and then when you do that, you will slip a deadline. And you slip a deadline and it gets close, if not just a little farther than it should be. That is, not great. It's not to be desired, but it is almost an inevitable consequence of doing things that need to be done in a different way. So I applaud the administration for generally its efforts in this area. I think I'm comfortable voting for this kind of contingency plan, A, in hopes that we don't actually need it, B, given that it's prorated and we're going to pay for the days that we need it and not other days, then I think that's a very reasonable deal. I'm frankly very grateful that Ms. Holloway and Kids Carousel are able to step up and do this. What we're really asking, we're not guaranteeing them like a whole month of fees, but she's got to be prepared to staff that whole thing and get food and all of the logistics that go with that for, up to 2 months, as long as we might do it. She's got to be prepared to continue providing that, but we don't have to keep paying her for that. So I really appreciate that. I don't know how you managed to do it, but, thank you for that. And so, could we argue and haggle over the specific numbers and stuff like that? Sure, we always could, but this is in the ballpark of what's charged, and given the short-term commitment that the board is making, I support this and think that we should vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Patrick Martin. Next, we have School Board Member Michael Goday.
Thank you. I echo what my colleague, Mr. Martin, said about many things. I have a question about Dufrock and Belfair. I think it was Belfair that they brought up. Could you please come up? Are those two programs today at capacity in the third grade, in the pre-K?
Yes, sir. That was the first thing we tried to do.
And so looking at Belfair and Dufrock is not an option because they are at capacity,
Right.
and their licensing can't go past that. So
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure, because some people threw that out as a possibility.
Sir, if that was an
but that's-
option, trust me, that was the first thing. It might have been the minus first thing I looked at, and then Crestwood.
I figured as such, but I just wanted it on the record
Yes, sir.
that you guys were doing your due diligence and looking at all the options, and that's just not an option.
Right.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phrase of the night, on the record.
Oh, no, Dr. Griffin. Dr.
right.
Griffin, I have a question.
Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Shoshone Stewart.
Yeah, I have a question. I have one question. The funding, as you said, came from the Ready. Were those funds already allocated for something else, or what were they probably? Since we had already did our budget,
Yeah.
what would
Yeah.
those funds be taken from?
They were in Code 500 for stipends. So we look at that for an option. If teachers score in a certain range, we look at that for various things. We try to use it as a reward system, but we also can use it. We've used it previously for seats, but we also have other grants that have stipends as well. So they are still going to be able to have those stipends that we looked at. And this for early childhood, not EB. It's for childcare, not EBR teachers. So we have worked around the other grants and the supplies and stuff that we were going to order just to have kind of extra supplies, and rework those in for stipends so that they won't get less. We just have to rework what we're going to do.
So in other words, we had about $95,000 that we can kind of maneuver and do other things with, is what you're saying?
If needed, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But
That's
it was
nice
a grant.
to know, because the way we've been talking about budget and monies, it made me feel like we didn't have, just
Yes,
you're getting
ma'am.
out. I'm understanding. I'm still learning.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know that, because I was like, okay, so we vote on this. What were those funds supposed to be
Yes,
used
ma'am.
for?
I understand.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next inside of the queue, we have School Member Cliff Lewis.
Dr. Griffin, you do an amazing job with all the grants. You really do. This is an issue that kind of tugs at your heartstrings, mine, because whether a child is privileged or underserved or unprivileged, it's a child.
Right.
And we've talked about numerous times up here about the sooner we can get our kids in an environment where they can learn, the sooner we can impact their lives.
Yes, sir.
And some things you can't put a price tag on. And you can't put a price tag on a child's future and on a child's education. Because we all know from 3 to 6, those are the pivotal years in that child's life. So whatever we have to do to make it work, I'll support it. Like I said, you can't put a price tag on everything, and you can't put a price tag on a child's future and on their education. So thank you again for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, immediately following this meeting, Madam Vice President will take over for the Committee of the Whole. However, before we shift over, our Superintendent, Dr. Cedar Narcisse, has something that he wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the board members, thank you so much for allowing us to bring this item at this end. I think our goal is not to bring you late items, but I wish I could tell you everything works out smoothly running a 40,000+ school district with 6,000 employees. But I just wanted to say thank you for voting yes for this item, especially for the 45 parents. Our goal is all the time to try to provide best service to our students, but also to the parents as well. So just wanted to say thank you for that. And thank you also for asking the questions. We are going to follow up. There were a lot of questions that you asked that I asked, but we are going to definitely follow up with that. But just want to say thank you publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Also, thank you, team. Thank you, board. And thank you, Kid Carousel, for stepping up to the plate and helping us to resolve this issue. Okay, at this time now, School Board Member Gode, please adjourn the meeting. I move we adjourn. Meeting adjourned. Madam Vice President, the meeting is now yours.
All right, we will take a 5-minute recess and we'll begin shortly.
Board members, please log into the Committee of the Whole meeting.
starting in about 1 minute, so if everyone will take their seats.
She ain't playing.
Right.
Right. She's scouted. I was scouted out of here.
Our meeting is now called to order. This is Thursday, August 3rd, 2023, Committee of the Whole. We will now have our roll call.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Here.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Kennison. District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Items for consideration. Item number B1, grant. Consideration of a request for the acceptance of the Deborah Rochelle Teacher Grant from the Kelly G. Cook Foundation for 6 teachers for a total of $25,170 to provide for classroom projects, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do we have a motion?
Move.
It has been moved by President Lanus. Is there a second? It has been seconded by School Board Member Lewis. Okay, comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
I'll be brief, so please don't worry about whether it's germane or not. Your superintendent spent $297,000 to remodel this space, which now has room for about 45 members of the audience. That was bad enough, but tonight Mr. Brickhouse decided that the audience no longer has access to restrooms at that end of the building, and so they've done it with masking tape and sheriff's do not cross lines. That's incredibly tacky, rude, and just reinforces the impression that this board, and particularly this administration, do not want to hear from the public. In fact, they would rather the public were not here at all and just let them spend the money however they want with no oversight. It's outrageous. Please undo that. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. All right, President Lanus.
Yes, is Ms. Mokowski here?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lannis. Good evening.
Forgive me, Madam Vice President. I just want to tell you, hey, you're one of my favorite people. And congratulations on the growth for LEAP test scores. We appreciate you.
Mr. Lannis, you are so kind, but I just get to be the face of that. The growth of LEAP scores is the work of 40,000 students and all the adults who support them. So thank you for that.
Thank you to the 40,000 plus students and all the adults.
There you go.
You all make this district thrive every single day. Thank you. Hat goes off. Thank you, Ms. Mokowski.
Thank you. Mr. Goday.
Yes, and since Mr. Lannis set a precedent, I would also like to publicly recognize the Louisiana Teacher of the Year, Kaylee, and I never can pronounce her last name. Kylie Altier. So I just, she is an amazing woman doing an amazing job. And if you haven't had a chance, she addressed the teacher orientation this past Monday, and it is up on the EBR YouTube website. And I think it starts at minute 24 on that website. I encourage you to go look at it because it is very inspirational and a testimony to all the hard work that is done by all of our teachers. So I hope you will bring her up soon for public recognition for us, for the board. Thank you.
Yes, President Lennis, I discussed, we'll actually have her here at the regular board meeting to recognize her publicly.
Awesome. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote, and I believe it may need to be a roll call vote. I am having some technical difficulties over here.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item B2, 2023-2024 Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy for the 2023-2024 school year for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System with noted changes, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Okay, are there any comments from the board? Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Powell. I just had one question, and I don't know if it's for Mr. Shamlin or who, but, we talk a lot about safety, and one of the things that we talk about is school uniforms being useful on playgrounds and stuff like that, because you can quickly scan to see who are your students and who are not. And then I think I read through the things they talked about that different color jackets and overcoats and stuff could be worn on campus, and I can't tell if that's a change from where we are now, but I don't know how that got into the thing, and I'd just like a little background of that because I'm just looking at it from a safety perspective.
Ms. Silas, our Deputy Chief of Policy, she can address.
Thank you, Ms. Silas. I had no idea who to call and answer that question.
The change that came to that particular piece was from the committee. They wanted to be able to allow students to wear jackets outside of the classroom of any color so that whenever it's cold and, if parents can't afford a particular color or whatever, they wanted to allow them to be able to still have jackets outside of the classroom.
I get that, and was consideration given to the aspect of safety for outside people coming in onto the playgrounds and things like that?
So the committee did not consider that particular piece. However, they do have school uniforms that they are still required to wear. It's just for the jackets and the parkas where they can wear different colors.
Which is what they're going to be wearing if they're outside and if it's cold. I'm a vote to pass this, but I just want to.
That was a committee.
I just want to note, I
recommendation.
suggest you maybe go back to committee
Okay.
and ask them to think about what are the implications from a school safety standpoint, since that's such a high topic for all of us here on the board and for all the parents and teachers of our students. So I have no problem with it. I just want to make sure it's thought about and discussed before it's just done.
I will get to
Thank
them
you,
and
ma'am.
get back with you.
Sorry, having some technical difficulties right now with our Vice President's computer, so I will take over just briefly until she comes back. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you. I'm going to support this. I think I have a couple of stylistic observations, a question for a future change, Mr. Shamlin, Ms. Silas. One, it's not very plain English in a lot of ways, and I would hope that maybe in the upcoming year, we could devote some resources to really trying to make it a document that could be read by, say, our high school students and understood a little bit better. But yeah, I understand the challenges to be legally precise. But there are, there were a number of things where it's really kind of cumbersome idiom that are in there that I think we could probably improve on. Second, I noticed, which I think is a positive change, that we've added the ability to, as part of the disciplinary process, to refer students for counseling. And I think that's certainly a great approach to intervening in behavioral issues, but I don't like that we call it discipline, right? I would suggest that we look at in the future and use something like discipline and other behavioral interventions or some kind of language like that, so that we're not suggesting that sending a kid to see a counselor is some kind of punishment or discipline, which of course it's not.
That came up in committee, and several people pointed that out, and I think it was Mr. Shamlin who pointed us to that's actually the way it's written in the law. So we just kind of left it that way because that's the way it was written. But I can definitely try to
I'll work with
changing the language.
I'll brainstorm with Mr. Shamlin and
Yes,
see
sir.
what we can come up with.
And I think it's refreshing that the attorney's asking for plain language. So we'll work on that. We'll take that to heart.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I will go, I put myself in the queue, and I just simply wanted to share as well that the same sentiments as my colleagues who mentioned about the actual handbook being in layman's terms. Just still thinking in regards to schools, I know some principals have actually required teachers in the past to read certain parts of the handbook with their students on the first day of school. And of course, in some cases, the teachers are trying to figure out what the words mean. So that's something that we definitely need to revisit as time goes on. But thank you so much for your work on the handbook.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Stewart.
I just want to say that I enjoyed the collaboration with you and your team, Ms. Silas, and the extra efforts that went along with it, the subdivision of the groups and all the back and forth. That was a good effort. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you being on our committee.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the committee that has worked on this. There was a number of very specific policies that were brought to me just in the short time that I've been on the board that both parents and administrators and teachers had pointed out as very problematic in their ability to work with kids and deal with the challenges that are at hand. So I'm happy to see that the committee, and thank you to Ms. Stewart as well for working on that, are making some important changes to how we respond to disciplinary issues in our system and to make sure that we're able to create a safer environment for kids, a safer environment for our workforce that is taking care of those kids. So I'm just happy to see some of these changes, and I support what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Storm Matthews.
It's the beginning of the school year, so I'm a little bit behind because I've been getting my classroom together. But just to answer Board Member Goday's request, as far as the different color coats and stuff that they wear outside when it's the few times a year that it's 26 degrees, what we would all really wish for right now because it's so hot, we can't require they all have the same color coat because kids get coats from wherever they can get it. If we can actually convince our kids to put on a coat. Now, sweatshirts, they wear those all summer. But coats, we have to fight them into them. But if you have children, you understand. But that's the idea behind let them wear whatever kind of coat that is outside.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board. All right, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Right, I have to log in.
District 1, Mr. Blue?
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis?
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis?
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart?
Yay!
District 5, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ?
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode?
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate the liveliness of our board. All right, so moving forward, we're now to item B3, Pupil Progression Plan. Consideration of a request for the approval of the 2023-2024 school year district pupil progression plan, strategic alignment, student achievement. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Baloo. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
That was quick. Okay. I've served on the Pupil Progression Plan Committee forever. I don't remember how long. I serve as a community member, as a special needs parent, and as a teacher. I support this Pupil Progression Plan. The only major change that we have was something we all came together to make. I polled all of my teachers, and the teachers all say that it's doable and we can work with it, and they're in agreement for it. So we support it as well, and that's how many grades per week by the end of the 9 weeks. The change is from 1 grade per week for each 9 weeks to a minimum of 1 grade per week. But by the end of the 9 weeks, we have to have at least 12 grades in. Now, most teachers have more than that by the end of the 9 weeks, but the more grades you have, it helps kids. So.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Item B4, extern agreement, consideration of a request for approval of an amendment to the extern agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, not to exceed $220,000 to extend the agreement for 1 year to provide up to 9 externs. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Mr. Martin.
I'd just like the record to reflect that I'm recusing myself from this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now take comments from the public. Seeing none at this time, we return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B5, memorandums of understanding, dual enrollments. Consideration of a request for the approval of memorandums of understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: A, Baton Rouge Community College, BRCC, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2023-2024 school year. Alphabet B, Louisiana State University, LSU, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2023-2024 school year. Alphabet C, Louisiana State University at Alexandria, LSUA, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2023-2024 school year. Alphabet D, Louisiana State University at Eunice, LSUE, courses for the 2023-2024 school year. Alphabet E, Southern University, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2023-2024 school year. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, SCA. Is there a motion?
Move.
It has been moved by Mr. Lanus. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Okay, comments from the board. Dr. Narcisse.
Vice President Powell, I just wanted to notify the board that we will actually do a full presentation at the regular board meeting on dual enrollment in general. I know this is just MOUs that we were going to talk about, but I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that. As you know, we've been a part of the Pathway to Bright Futures work. We've had a number of students taking dual enrollment, so we will do an actual presentation on that.
Okay, thank you. All right, next in the queue, we have President Lanus.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Ms. Levantino, can you come up? Let me just start by saying I am extremely happy with this type of collaboration around dual enrollment. One, what it does and impacts the way it impacts the lives of our students, their families, and their aptitude to want to go to college or choose to go down another pathway, but also the collaboration of working with our local institutions inside of the capital region, such as BRCC, LSU, and Southern University, even involving LSU at Eunice. This is a good policy. I just want to let you know that and let the rest of the team know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Lewis, I just want to note that I support the dual enrollment program for the reasons that President Landis stated, but because quite a few of these contracts, as President Landis notes, are with various flavors of LSU, then I'm going to recuse myself from this item as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lewis.
I'd like to echo what President Lannis said as well. But and since we're doing it at the full board meeting, Ms. Lavatino, you can, from your seat, just maybe take note. The dual enrollment is great. I think it's a great tool for our kids, whether they're industry-based or college track. But the concerns I have, the questions I have, is I'd like to know how many ninth grade students, by count, by high school, were enrolled in dual enrollment classes August 22 through December 22, okay? If any student dropped during that time, please provide the reasons why they dropped if we captured that data, and we really should have. Also, can you give me the distribution of grades A, B, C, D, E, on down the line for those ninth grade students who completed the dual enrollment for that year? Same thing for the 23, December 23, I'm sorry, August 23, December 23. And I kind of wrote it. I'm sorry, January. First semester, second semester, because it's a college course, so you have to do both semesters. That's the easiest way for me to put it. How many ninth grade students by count were enrolled? If any student dropped, the reasons, and the grade distribution across the board. Now, you can bring this to me in 2 weeks if you like.
I can, but I have some things for you tonight. So
Oh, I like that. Okay.
I try to be ahead of the game. Now, in terms of the research components.
So can I just say one thing, Ms. Leventina?
Yes, sir.
'Cause I know this is going to be a long, long conversation.
Oh, it
So if you could just make it short, because
I
you'll have a
will.
full presentation. I know the team is very excited about answering these questions because, as you know, we started off with 427 kids in this school system taking
Yes,
dual
we
enrollment
did.
2.5 years ago. So, but we'll collect more questions.
I just want to just add this. And the number of kids please provide by school, the percentage of students scoring mastery and or above on ELCs, English 1, and Algebra 1.
And you want that for the LEAP data that just came out, correct?
For the 22 and 23.
Okay. All right, so in terms of some of the questions you asked, we do have some of that information already. For the fall 2022, the number of ninth grade, or as we call them the PBF cohort, students that finished the coursework were 879 students across the district. We had a total of, during the fall, 78% of those students earned an A, B, or a C. That's 280 A's, 299 B's, 298 C's. Then we have what we call marginal success, because those students earned a D, which means they did earn high school credit, so they are still matriculating towards their diploma. They had 128 of those, and then 124 F's during that piece.
Okay,
However, yes,
Will
sir.
those D's and F's impact them at some point when they get ready to go to college?
So the D's and F's, we are working through where those impacts will be. These were through BRCC, so it is worth noting that there is a policy in place for BRCC that when students take a course and then they retake a course, the latest grade is what's used to calculate on the college transcript. However, on the high school transcript, we do have to take both impacts, but we have enough opportunities for students to kind of build those points up as they go along.
Okay.
So in the spring, we learned, we did better. In the spring, we ended with 85% of our students with A, B, C's, or A, B's, or C's. There were 303 A's, 279 B's, 255 C's, and 15% that had a D or an F. There was 79 D's and 67 F's. So we dropped that percentage almost 50% in looking at how that went. And then the other question that you asked in terms of by school, the mastery and above, I'll get to you. This year, we do have, actually, you haven't gone there yet, but we'll give you that in the presentation for how many we have coming up.
Okay, I like the A, B's, and C's
Yes, sir.
by school.
Yes, sir. We have that as well. It's all broken out into a chart, so we'll get that to you. So our overall percentage, though, if we had the 78 and the 85, we were 83% of our students with college credit, so A, B, or C, for those ninth grade students only.
Okay, and I'll wait for the big show in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. It'll be explosive.
All right.
Bells and whistles.
It'll be like Patrick's mic.
I didn't say it. You did. Thank you.
You're gonna let me down.
All right, thank you. So I have entered the queue as well. Ms. Levatino, thank you so much for sharing all of that data. And I think you've kind of answered my question as well, which was in regards to standardized testing. What does the data show in regards to those students that have taken the dual enrollment classes? Have they been successful in the respective standardized testing as well? But I'm sure you all will be able to share that with us when we come back together at our next meeting. All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Gode.
While we're piling on, the only thing I'd ask is, as you do the presentation, since the Pathways program is more than just dual enrollment, it's also AP and industry certification. So could you make sure that data is in the presentation too? You already have it? I know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further board comments in the queue, we will now turn to the public. Dr. Fanning.
I have several things to say on this item. First, if there is to be a presentation, it would be nice if it was given to you tonight. Since that didn't happen, I would certainly hope that it appear on board docs at the very latest when the when the agenda gets posted, not after the meeting is over, because it would be nice if other people besides you can absorb it ahead of time. I appreciate what Board Member Lewis had to say about data that he would like to see. I've made a hobby of making record requests because it seems like this agency, among others, is reluctant to share as much data as widely as they might. And so I would encourage the data that you have asked, anything else, be made available to the public, not only for board docs, but always on a regular basis. Because Mr. Martin will be recusing himself and because there is a presentation you haven't seen yet, I would suggest that the maker of the motion amend this to go without recommendation. Because in order for you to recuse yourself at the meeting, it's going to have to get pulled anyway. It may as well be pulled in advance, so you don't have to make that happen on the fly in 2 weeks. And then one more item. I recently, finally, after a year or two, got a response to a record request in which I asked for a blank copy of the parent authorization form and was told there were no such records. So you have 14-year-olds with D's and F's on their permanent college transcripts. If you did not get parent authorization before that happened, that's a big, big problem. So I hope that at least going forward, if students are risking their permanent college transcript, and make no mistake, they are risking their permanent college transcript, they need to be aware of it, and the responsible parents and guardians need to be aware of that before the first day of school. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue, and Mr. Shamlin, if possible, is it possible for us to put mechanisms in place that Dr. Finney is referring to in regards to how we support our parents and families in the case that students don't score well in their dual enrollment classes?
To the extent, yes, ma'am. I can work with staff and the superintendent to come up with a process whereby parents, I'm assuming parents are informed and authorize enrollment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. You would like to?
We could do that in the presentation, or unless you'd like for us to respond to it now.
Either is fine for me.
Okay. I know the team is chomping at the bit to do that, so come on up. All right, come on.
Sure.
Up, I know we're going to have a full conversation in 2 weeks on this, so I was trying to mitigate a little bit. So.
All right, Dr. Narcisse, I'll keep it brief. So part of this, what you're asking about in terms of students and the courses that they take, this is covered in the IGP process. In addition to also when students are signing in to do their dual enrollment coursework, they have to complete an application with like their families in order to get their L numbers and things like that to get enrolled. So there's two pieces of that happens in order for families to understand. And then I think going back to your question in terms of the D's and F pieces, bear in mind that there are opportunities. We have a monitoring system in place, particularly for our Pathways to Bright Future students, but we are expanding that in terms of hitting all of our 9 through 12, because we have some what we call legacy groups, your 11th and 12th graders going in that are still participating in dual enrollment. So this item is really about contracts for all of them. But with that being said, we do have some monitoring pieces in place so that you can catch the drop. There's a difference between, and we'll cover that in the presentation, a drop and a withdrawal. And so those are two opportunities that students have as we're monitoring to make sure that we don't have any permanent impacts that we can't correct.
Thank you. And so lastly, I would like to say as well that I applaud our system for networking and partnering with our local universities to support dual enrollment, because it's going to make for an ease in transition for our students as they transition from our district to our local colleges. So thank you so much. All right, Mr. Lewis.
I'd like to echo what Dr. Finney, because you're 100% correct, Dr. Finney, because I was on the 5-year plan in college, and some of those grades still showed up on my college transcript. because I didn't understand the difference between dropping and withdrawing. Okay? But excellent point, Dr. Finney, and thank you, Ms. Levitino, as well.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B6, Memorandum of Understanding, Future Scholars Program. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College to implement the LSU Future Scholars Program, LSU-FS, Student Achievement. All right, is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. I believe that there is a presentation for this item. Dr. Narcisse.
Yes, I just wanted to, in the audience, we actually have the Vice President of Dual Enrollment for LSU here, and their team, if they could come up as well as they will talk a little bit about this. Before we started, just to give context to the board and the public, as you know, before we started this process around pathways work in our 6 keys that we talked about, we ended up partnering at first when I started to transition with listening to partnering at that time with LSU, Southern University, BRCC, nonprofit partners, and some existing board members that were here at that time before we came up with the 6 keys. A part of that strategy was to create the Pathways to Bright Futures, which included the dual enrollment, AP, advancement of classes, and industry-based certification. I'm super excited because LSU has decided to take it even further. And I've been working and meeting a lot with their team for us to talk about what are ways to not only provide kids with more accelerated opportunities in colleges and universities, but they've taken it to a step further with President Tate to take it to another level. And so I just thought it would be great to allow them to talk about that. But I do want to say this just to echo something the board has said is we've been fighting very hard to make opportunity and access for kids to become intentional. So some people get educated and others don't. And as I always tell folks, things happen by design. Doesn't matter what neighborhood you come from, what color you are, where you are. The bottom line is we are a school district aggressively trying to give more opportunities to all the folks that attend our school system, no matter where they are. And I just appreciate President Tate and LSU trying to take it to the next level. And so I thought it would be great to allow them to actually present in front of you today.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Barrow. I serve as the Vice President of Enrollment and Student Success. This is my 6th year at LSU. When you think about the Future Scholars Program and what we're looking to do here in East Baton Rouge is to identify talent earlier than we ever have before. Previously to this role, I served as the Director of Admissions for the last 5 years at LSU, and undoubtedly LSU is one of the leading incubators of talent for our state and region. And what the Future Scholars Program really is identifying is the talent here in our backyard. And so this past year, along with Dr. Narcisse, his staff, and our staff, we've been able to hire the inaugural director of the Future Scholars Program, Dr. Langley McClay, who's standing here with me. And what we're looking to do is to have a stackable mentorship program that is focused on achievement first, starting with 7th graders all the way through the PhD. And so for the pilot program this year, we are identifying a cohort of 80 students who are going to be rising seniors. that we will provide the full access of our resources at LSU for these students, providing them dual enrollment classes, but also at the same time, simultaneously providing service learning courses and other credits at LSU for our current students to mentor these young people. Where we see this moving forward is that this initial cohort will be the mentors for the launch of the middle school program later this academic year. So students coming from our community, mentoring students who are within our community and in the school system to see the flagship as an authentic destination for their college choice. We have looked at like-minded peer institutions across the country who have done similar programming, such as the University of Michigan, Rutgers University, the University of Toronto, and James Madison University. And what their local economists have shown is that students who participate in programs like this with local school systems in their backyard and flagship and other R1 institutions, we can save our local economies roughly $30 million per year for roughly the 100 to 200 students that those programs serve. This program in full form will serve about 500 EBR students in addition to the students that we continuously recruit. So it is an exciting time. I think the EBR team here and your leadership, we are working synergistically at LSU with you.
That's it. Any questions the board may have?
Thank you. All right. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Patrick Martin.
Just wanted to note again that for the record, because this involves LSU, as does apparently half the agenda tonight, Superintendent, I will be recusing myself, even though I don't think I technically have to. I have nothing to do with Danny's office or anything like that. I've got no control over him. He's got no control over me. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, I recuse myself from everything LSU related. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not sure why my name is in the queue, so I will slide past that. President Lanas.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll be really quick. Southern University, if you're listening, you are on the clock. We need the same efforts from you so that we can continue to grow what we're doing inside of our district. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
And I should have stayed in the queue, so that way I could have co-signed what President Lanas said. All right, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Sir, that was a very great presentation. You had some wonderful slides that we just kind of went through without really hitting. One slide that I think in particular that would be useful to hit would be the selection criteria of the students that would be in this program. Yes, right here.
Can we put that back up for the audience?
Yes. So I think in particular, the second item here, high school seniors, 3-point GPA and financial need. Could you discuss that just a little bit so that everyone in the public can understand how students are being selected for this?
Absolutely. We have worked with the EBR school system to identify students that within our system are showing as economically disadvantaged, as well as students who have a GPA above a 3.0. And we're also looking for the rising seniors in the EBR public school system. And what they have done is opened up an application. The admissions team, along with Dr. McClay, have been reading those applications, and we'll be selecting them before the start of the new school year this year so that they will be part of the program on day one. The program, the Future Scholars Program, is specifically designed for students who are coming from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. And the one big piece that I want to emphasize is that the Future Scholars Program is providing a last dollar tuition and fee scholarship covering the full tuition cost for LSU for all 4 years. And so it's looking at students coming from low-income backgrounds and ensuring that the cost of an education is no longer a factor.
Thank you. And I just thought that was a very key point to this whole process and this whole effort. And so I just wanted to make sure it got highlighted. So thank you very much.
Thank you again.
I'm sorry, could you just say that out loud so everybody can hear? You said it would be no cost? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, I like this slide that Dr. McClay created right here, where basically we are looking to meet the needs of our community, number one. The students that we select will be a scholar with us, and even a small cohort of these students will actually be going on to our master's and PhD programs here at the flagship. And then what you see in the third item there is that the full tuition and fees as a last dollar scholarship will be covered, so that students who have grown up similar to my own circumstances and sees the flagship as a place that they can not just get there, but they can thrive throughout all 4 years.
If I could just also add to that, what we've been working hard for people to see in the pathways work is if children get their early credits early, whatever they land by the time they're a senior, they're not only set up to, if they go the college route, they're not only ready to finish college early, but they get to go to higher levels of education for free. So parents are not only saving money, but you're also economically changing a lot of opportunities for all parents, regardless of where they come from.
Point of information, I'm sorry. So you mean to tell me that you all are taking students that have been historically deemed disadvantaged? We are working them through our system under dual enrollment and advanced placement. If they do well, they can go to LSU at a zero cost for 4 years or go to grad school.
That's correct.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Point of information, that means they're winning.
And can I just one more thing, Danny? You said this model. How many universities in the country? Or University of Michigan. What's the other one?
Rutgers University, James Madison University in Virginia, and the University of Toronto in Canada.
And we'd be the only one in the South doing this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
If you don't count Virginia.
We don't count Virginia as the South.
Border.
Thank you so much. Coach Lewis. Stay on your time frame, Coach, because I see that your boss is here.
See how you do me? Could you expound on the point about this writing is so small until after all applicable funds, after all applicable federal and state financial aid for future scholars? You talk about basically what you're saying. You can pay for it, but they've got to go through the process applying for financial aid and all of those things.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So it's
So
a
it's
last
not-
dollar scholarship.
It's just not a slam dunk that LSU's going to sign off on a check. They've got to go through the process that everyone goes through to apply for financial aid to go to college. What if there's no more monies left?
So that's part of why it's a pilot program this year with the 80 students that are part of the initial cohort.
Right.
We do have the funds to cover this initial cohort of rising seniors this academic year for full tuition and fees as a last dollar scholarship. Where I think probably where some of the students may land, not all, are students who would be eligible for federal funds like the Pell Grant because of their economic status, but may not be eligible for the TOPS. And so if they're academically admissible to the institution, then the Future Scholars Scholarship would fill the gap of their tuition and fees.
So as we move forward with this program, I think that really needs to be spelled out
Absolutely.
in the process. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comments in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. And I do not want to butcher the last name, but I believe that this is Mr. Chris. Okay, Mr. Chris Toombs. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, board president. I had no intention on speaking on this item until I saw my former boss out there in the hallway. And when I sat here and I heard him speak about it, I just couldn't help but come up here and say a few words. I used to be a student success and retention specialist in the admissions department, and I remember this pre-scholars program that I'm going to shout out a few people: Jose Aviles, Becca Hubbard, and Danny Barrow. And let me tell you, that was one of the most progressive programs I've ever seen. When you have kids that are right there on the brink of going to college, and they get identified, and they came for a summer, and they went to class, and they ended up like on our our list of people to contact. And to say that a lot of those kids just graduated recently from LSU, from being a part of that program, was amazing. And so to hear the Future Scholars program, which is like that program on steroids, is super exciting. I can say in my time working with those kids that they received an experience that you would not be able to receive anywhere else, because literally we gave them the opportunity to come to a Tier 1 research university and get an education. And literally a lot of those kids from right here in East Baton Rouge Parish. And to see them matriculate over the 4 years and have the resources that we give at LSU, like a retention specialist, to kind of help you be able to navigate those waters, because I mean, let's just be honest, 40,000 people, you're coming from a small school, that's a big adjustment. And so like to see that this team has come together and put together something like this, and to be able to provide the resources that will get them through a 4-year college degree is amazing. And I'm telling you, I was boots on the ground. So I got to see this thing up close and personal, and I'm telling you, like, you know, given the opportunity, this could be a great thing for Baton Rouge, a great thing for East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, Louisiana, the whole nine. So no, I'm super excited about this, and I just had to extend that support and let you guys know from the boots on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Toombs. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. First and most importantly, this seems like a great program. I do have 2 suggestions. One, that this presentation be added to board docs so that the public can go back and review it. And second, for any items where you know this far in advance that one of you will have to abstain, it would be much kinder to the public if you just send those items without recommendation, so that the agenda doesn't change on the fly in 2 weeks after the meeting started. So please consider a substitute motion to send this without recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to B7, Memorandum of Understanding, Community-Based Behavioral Health Agencies, Consideration of a request for the approval of the following memorandums of understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and A, Care One Health, doing business as Peak Behavioral Health, B, Focused Family Services, LLC, C, Hope Community Services, Incorporated, D, Louisiana Empowerment Services, E, New Horizons Behavioral Health Center, F, NIA Life Center for Counseling, LLC, G, Restore Outreach Center, LLC, H, Seaside Healthcare Incorporated, doing business as Cognitive Development Center to provide on-site school-based behavioral health services, strategic alignment, student achievement. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Russ. Okay, we will now turn to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. All right, seeing none, returning to comments from the board. All right, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, point of order, just to clarify for everybody, you don't actually get 2 votes, right?
No, I do not. Don't worry, I have asked on several occasions, why do I have 2 names up there? But no, I do not get 2 votes. Only one.
I
Only
presume Ms.
one.
Jones is working on that technical issue.
Only one, Mr. Charles with the advocate, only 1 vote. All right. For the record. All right, B8, Professional Services Contract, Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Science Center in the amount of $70,750 to provide professional learning and specialized support for autism services, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, IDEA 611. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lanus and seconded by Ms. Stewart. We will now turn to comments from the board. President Lanus.
Thank you. I just want to say for the record, School Member Martin, we did this purposely to keep you silent tonight. No, I'm kidding. But thank you. Shout out to LSU and President Tate. You all have stepped up in an amazing way to help support the school system. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
President Lannis, it would be more convenient for me if you could just make this an all LSU meeting so I could just go out to dinner somewhere while y'all are going through everything. But just for the record, I recuse myself from this item as well.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time. All right. Any comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We're now on to B9, Professional Services Contract, Illuminate. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Illuminate, also known as Renaissance Learning, in the amount of $204,646 to implement EduClimber data, platform services, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, federal. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. We will now turn to comments from the board. Seeing none, are there any comments from the public? Thank you. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. The agenda says funding source federal. So I'm curious, would that be Federal Program 916, Federal Program 911, Federal Program 978, Federal Program 923, Federal Program 935? Shall I continue? Again and again, the administration doesn't bother saying exactly which fund they intend to use. So was that budget process you just finished a complete charade? Do you care whether they're going to get the money to spend it? Or now that you've dispensed with the budget process, you make a check mark and tell Dr. Narcisse, spend the money however you want. Come back in April or May, we'll pass the amended budgets and everything will be fine. It's ridiculous that the fund isn't specified. And I would hope that finally there is a limit of what you won't vote for without having enough information. I doubt it, but I can hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further public comment, I've entered into the queue for board comments, and actually I have a point of information. Our board secretary has just shared with me that the funding source is ESSER 2. Okay. All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Do we need a roll call, Coach? Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to B10, Professional Services Contract, Rethink Ed. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Rethink Ed in the amount of $175,000 to support social emotional learning, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development. Funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Gaudet. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. All right, comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, so I have objections to this item. Personally, as far back as prior to being a board member, I've heard anecdotes about this particular contract, and the use of this software is a particular time waster of valuable academic time and time in the classroom. Now, I have my own quandaries around the concept of SEL as a whole, but in my understanding, investigation into what SEL uses and how it's effectively used, what I've found is across the district, as I've talked to administrators and I've talked to teachers and I've talked to lots of people, there's very, very little actual training that has been provided across the board to our staff and how to effectively use SEL practices in dealing and in aiding our students in the challenges that they face. Honestly, I think that taking valuable classroom time every day to sit our kids in front of a computer to try to apply a practice that our staff can't even effectively do on their own, this is a blatant waste of $175,000. And if I just sat and do some napkin math, if we're requiring every kid in every grade every day to do this, if we have 187 instructional days a year and they're spending anywhere from 5 to 8 minutes a day on this, each child has spent 25 hours last year in this software. Now, as I look through the data that we've been provided, I'm asking, where's your receipts? Where is the impact that this has had in our student body? Our discipline and our problems across the district are just absolutely horrendous. I just can't see or I can't understand the measure that this impact has on our kids outside of frustrating teachers and taking away valuable classroom time in homeroom, which I've heard over and over and over from teachers. In trying to use a software platform to apply a very complex disciplinary or, interventional model that takes people an enormous amount of training to even properly complete, and we're trying to do it in an 8-minute-a-day program with kids. This just doesn't pass the sniff test to me, so I'm going to object to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Lewis.
I'm going to come back. I'm away, but I'll come back later.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
I'm not sure which way I'm going to vote on this quite yet, but we've collectively expressed some doubts about the efficacy of the online learning, kind of the machine stuff with Achieve and Dreambox. We voted for those, but we collectively expressed a fair amount of concern about how, and we talked extensively in that conversation about how it's teachers that teach, right? And kids do not really fundamentally learn even the academic topics from a computer. They can sometimes be valuable resources, but it's the teachers that teach. And here we're talking about very complex emotional issues, right? And helping kids learn to regulate their emotions and deal with each other and with very challenging emotionally charged items, very personal items in many ways, helping kids figure out their own mind. And I have real doubts that computer software can do that. And so, I think that I would like to see a great deal of data that supports whether the amount of time. It's not the money, the $175,000 is a small amount of money compared to the overall budget that we have. It's cheap for computer software. We saw the Achieve and Dreambox price tags were much more extensive. But the amount of time that we have kids doing this, look, if it's really helping them, great. They need all the help they can get. If it's really helping, by all means, it's worth every penny we can invest in that. It's worth the time. But if it's 25 hours a year of make work, I'm going to sit in homeroom or I'm going to sit in PE class and get on the computer and push the buttons that says, what am I supposed to do when Johnny, gets mad at me? And they're not really learning anything because they're not being intermediated with a human being to help them process these things, then I don't think that's a good idea. So those are my thoughts on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue. Dr. Narcisse, maybe you can assist with this. I wanted to ask, so if you could share with us the scope of what our SEL program is and what part does this particular platform play in it, or is this the fullness of our SEL program?
So it's not the fullness. It's a much more wider range. As you know, we work with the Castle Foundation around teaching students how to self-manage, self-regulate. There's a whole component. I'm going to ask Stacy Dupree come up, who actually she works with our student support structure that works with social workers, counselors, all the various groups and teachers to help, and Dr. Burrows, who's our MTSS, multi-tier support leader. This just plays a component of that. There's a lot of training and a lot of interaction of getting kids to not only recognize when they have subset of challenges, but also how to manage through that. I think what you may hear, depending on who you talk to, there's the multiple components may deal with not only being in technology, but there's also like interactions and lessons. It's much wider than that. And I'm gonna let you two talk about it because you're in the work every day. So if you don't mind coming up.
First thing I really want to say about the Rethink Ed platform is it is not a sit and get type of platform. They use a very simple model to help teachers deliver that SEL instruction, which is learn, practice, dive deeper. In that learn would be the most time that a student would spend sitting at the computer looking at the video. It is a 5 to 7 minute video on whatever topic it is of the week. That video is then followed up with a teacher-led discussion prompt. So you do have that teacher leading that interaction if it is implemented as designed. And our team has worked with schools, gone into PLCs to help them understand how that lesson should line out. The second aspect is that practice. Most of the practice activities cannot be done in isolation on the computer. Sometimes they can, depending on what the nature of the topic is. Sometimes, especially for our lower grades, it might be cards to sort or scenarios or things that help them walk along those skills. And then that dive deeper is more of an independent piece, and it can be done either on paper or virtually to save that paper, depending on what's going on. But it's been designed to be the aspect that is the most independent. So it is, while it is an online platform, it is not a one stop, the kid sits down and gets the information and spits it back out. We also use the platform to assess the students. They take a self-assessment to say, this is how I feel I could address this situation at this given time. And then our teachers also give a simple assessment to rate their students, like does the teacher observe their skills in certain areas. And this is what our counselors then use to help tier their students and provide small group support. So once again, our counselors are going into the program, looking at the different resources that they can pull, because it's not just the lessons that are in our scope and sequence, but we have access to a whole library of mental health resources in there as well that our school counselors dig into to use with their small groups. Our social workers have access to it, and it does have a lot of tools. And for our teachers who feel like, I may not know a lot of information about these topics, it has a teacher resource, a teacher training center that provides teachers training from field experts, social workers, clinical psychologists, school psychologists that break down those topics in information that a teacher can understand and how it would be applied in that school setting. So it does gives us the tools that we use with our students, but it also provides additional supports. And anytime that a principal has reached out and said, hey, our staff needs more one-on-one time, our SEL specialists go into the schools, and whether it is in a whole group PD or in those small group PLCs where it's small groups of teachers to provide that additional support for our teachers. This year, we're trying to take it even further to help our teachers see how do we make these connections inside the classroom. So it's not just those lessons in isolation, but now that we've talked about this topic, how do we model this? We know it is a journey and we know it's a fluid piece, because when we talk about emotional and social needs of our kids, they vary from day to day and what's going on in our community. So it is something we try to be as responsive as possible to them to make sure that they are getting the most out of those tools.
If I could add one additional thing to something Dr. Burrows said, which is a real issue for us from a cultural standpoint. Our teachers have mostly taught their content. They have not always had to deal with children's anxiety. They would usually refer that. Child has a problem, they send them out. Counselor would deal with that, social worker, those things. When we came off of COVID, which exacerbated a lot of subset of issues, we've had to begin to put certain additional pieces in place to help mitigate that. Now, teachers cannot do it all. However, they cannot ignore it either. And so, as you know, we are a district that's 75% poverty. We have high complexity. And so this does take a little bit additional from a teacher to expand their openness to be able to do a little extra on how they help to deal with that. And it's not only for poor kids, but even kids in general that go to a number of subset of issues in their livelihood. And so this is kind of the newer approach on how we're addressing this. Our children are very different right now than they have been years ago. And so this is why we've tried to put in this process. There are some teachers that struggle with that a little bit, but the reality from our perspective is that we cannot just ignore it. And so we have to figure out ways to keep training our staff, because we start to really put this more in place. It's been about a year now. And as you know, when you start to learn something a little bit new and it's out of your comfort zone, it just takes some time.
Thank you. So I know that I've used up most of my time, so I will probably enter into the queue again after public comment. But in the meantime, if you guys could just have some data for us, just something quick in regards to teacher feedback. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My question is actually going to be around data. I want to know from you all, do you feel like SEL efforts have been successful? And how would you quantify that success? Are you seeing changes in the moods of students that have received these services? How many students do we know in a 1 year's time have had these services in front of them Could you just give us some feedback on that?
So we have it in varying degrees of implementation at all of our schools. And when I say varying degrees of implementation, we have some schools that are at that compulsory level that they do just enough to say we've done it. And then we've had some school leaders who've really embraced it. But it is present in all of our schools in some form or fashion. What we have seen is for our schools that have truly embraced it, they have had some of the greatest gains, and you can feel it on their campus when you go. Now, as far as quantifiable, we do have the self-assessment data that shows like where we've been. And what you see in this slide is anything in green shows increases and anything in yellow shows decreases. And this is from our fall and spring assessment data of this year. And what we've seen is that in the 5 core competencies of social emotional learning, which are on the top, in all but one of the competencies, which is social awareness, which any teacher will tell you is probably one of the hardest ones to get our kids to get with, because it's hard to read social situations as an adult. We've seen increases in those above average scores and decreases in those below average scores. And so the other thing that we've seen is that when we compared our data between our general population and some of our subgroups, like our ESS students, you can see that there was a much greater increase in how our students with disabilities are responding to social emotional learning versus their non-disabled peers. We also see that gap closing with like our 504 students and our EL students, our students learning English. And so we see in those small groups and those small subsets that we do see a lot of gains in those overall pieces. And when we look at the teacher provided data, which is this year is the first year we did the teacher rating scale, we see those gaps even smaller. So we didn't do the teacher rating scale year 1 because, it is an additional burden on our teachers. So we wanted to roll it out. So year 1, we just did the student self-assessment. Last year, we brought on the teacher rating scale. And so now we will have comparable data from years 2 and 3.
Thank you. That'll conclude my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to ask the maker and the second of the motion if we could have a friendly amendment to defer this to the regular meeting without recommendation. There seems to be questions around this, and while I fully support it, but I also would like to give the opportunity to have you, because we've kind of done a presentation on the fly, to have a real presentation on what is our SEL program, how is this being used, and also as we come up with many of these programs, because I've asked for it for every program that we're getting in, some people maybe consider it a waste of time, and it probably isn't, because it's probably doing some very good. But I can almost guarantee you, if a teacher considers it a waste of time, it probably will be, because how the implementation is done is also very key in how effective it is. So I don't know if you have any data that would be able to correlate back to how the implementation, how with fidelity, I hate that word fidelity, but how if it was implemented with fidelity and what were the results versus where it was just done to meet the check the box and move on. But I would like to give you an opportunity to do a more thorough presentation instead of just being here on the fly. So if whoever made the...
Point of info, you are the maker.
Oh, well, good. I accept whoever second.
I'll offer a friendly amendment.
You'll offer a friendly amendment.
Okay,
so
got it.
however we have to do it procedurally, I'd like to refer it, because there are questions, they're very legitimate questions, and I would like to have time, people to have time to digest more of the information and get that done before we come up on a vote. So I will accept the friendly amendment of Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the motion has become to send this item without recommendation to the full board. Okay, so now do we continue with board comment or still go to public comment?
Continue, yeah, continue
Okay.
with board comment on the new motion.
Okay. All right. Okay, considering, are there any other members of the board who would like to comment at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
There are many different facets of SEL. What they said is accurate. CASEL is phenomenal. What the counselors do is phenomenal. Their support is phenomenal. But this particular program is a waste of 20 minutes. The kids from the middle and high school perspective, I cannot speak to what elementary does. The kids ignore the videos. There is a handout for the middle of the week, and then there's a quiz on Friday. The kids don't care about it. SEL is when I get to the part of the book in Watson's Go to Birmingham where Byron is beating up the kid, and we stop and we talk about what is a bully. Why do kids bully? And they're like, oh, well, because there's some type of deficiency in them and this, that, and the other. And we talk about, well, what is Byron's? They're like, well, he did fail a grade a couple of times. Okay, so what is it? What is it? And we talk about it. And then they talk about what this is and what that is. And we apply it to their lives. That's what SEL is looking at those issues and digging into their own lives. You can ask any child I've ever taught, how many people does it take to change the world? They will tell you one. Any kid I've ever taught. That is SEL. Applying it to your real life and looking at those situations, not watching a 20-minute video every day. But the rest of the SEL program that we have is wonderful. What the counselors do is wonderful.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public at this time? Okay. Back to comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
Too quick to the draw for you there, Cliff. I would like to request if ahead of the board meeting, if the software could be made available to the board for us to experience what these lessons are like, along with any accompanying literature, anything that's handed out as part of these lessons, so that we can get a firsthand experience of what it is that we're talking about. Often the times that we're talking about some of this stuff, it's totally dependent on if our kid is using it or not. So I think that would be helpful for me as well as others. And I appreciate sending it to the board without recommendation so we can do a little more digging into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Lewis.
Doing this entire presentation, there's a lot of words been thrown around like poverty, relationships, COVID-19, content. I've watched teachers do social emotional learning every day. That classroom teacher, whether she realizes it or not, and I think they do, he or she, they realize what they're doing. They're touching, feeling, helping these kids experience life. They're helping them to put their life in perspective in a lot of ways. Great teachers will make great students. Now, I'm not saying that they don't deserve professional development and those types of things, but on the wall at my office, I have a list about that long or longer of everything we've required teachers to do every day. We hadn't added one day to the school calendar, but they're required to do all these things on top of teach their content, on top of doing all these other things. And we've taken social emotional learning, and it's another term that's been hijacked, in my opinion, so people can get paid after COVID. But social emotional learning has been going on in school forever. It's been going on in schools forever. We've just given it a fancy title and added a bunch of psychobabble to it. But it goes on every day in every classroom. And I don't know if watching a video is going to help them. I do know when they practice conflict resolution with another student, when they sit down and cry their heart out to a social worker or to a teacher or somebody that they trust in that building, they build relationships. And through relationships, people change. and make strides in their lives. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this, but I am so, and it's not a knock on anybody on this board, I am so tired of hearing high poverty, underserved. Those are just code words for poor black and brown children, and we need to stop using it. We need to stop putting these kids in a box. They're just kids, they're just human beings, and they need a chance. And if we keep labeling them, we will label them, they will become accustomed to being labeled. Let's spend our money on producing great teachers, and we will get great results. I didn't mean to get off subject, but I mean, every time you turn around, there's a different code word for a kid who lives in a different zip code. How about them just being children who need us? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I'm not going to try to follow that eloquence. I waive. Thank you.
Well, we can say that he did stay in his time frame. Thank you, Coach. Yeah. We've already went to the public. Okay, Mr. Godey. Okay. All right. Seeing no further board comments in the queue, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote.
And just to restate that this is to send this particular item to the full board without recommendation.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B11, Professional Services Contract, Amira Learning Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Amira Learning Incorporated in the amount of $141,000 to provide ESL instructional support, strategic alignment, student achievement funding source, ESSER 3 incentive. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Godey and seconded by Mr. Lanus. We will now turn to board comment. Coach Lewis.
I didn't mean to be in there.
Okay.
You going to put me in though?
Y'all give me such a hard time. I'm never getting back.
Okay. President Lanus.
We love you, Coach. Coach's boss, please come more often. But no, back on a serious note, I would love for is Mr. Cesar Rico in the building? Okay. I can set it for you, Dr. Bentley.
And Ms. Warren, can you please come up as well?
So we have two of the co-workers, Ms. Harlow and Ms. Turner. They are responsible for the instructional part for ESL compliance and budgets. But whatever questions you have, we can answer.
Well, I'm just giving out a lot of thank yous tonight, so I figured I'd give out a thank you to you all. This is a growing population. It has been one that we have needed so much help and support with, so I am thrilled to know that you all are in the building. Please give our regards to Mr. Cesar Rico. He has done a phenomenal job helping to turn a lot of that around, and I would love to hear you all talk about some of the amazing feats that you've been able to help us turn around over the course of the time since you've been working with our ESL students.
Thank you.
Do you want to do the, do they have this? How would they play that?
Yeah, you can talk about the growth.
Okay, you guys, did you get the PowerPoint on the growth, the fluency? Okay. You said that? They have it in their packet.
You have it in your
It's in
packet?
the contract packet, the backup document.
Well, I can speak to it regardless. We started the program in March, and for 15 weeks, our EL students were engaged with Amir Learning. It's an artificial intelligence program that helps students one-on-one acquire the language. In the 15 weeks that the students used it, we have charts that show the growth of the students from kindergarten through 5th grade compared to the national average. And if you can see the charts, they were phenomenal. And this is just from the 15 weeks. We also have how they've grown in comparison. We did one particular school where the students were really using it, and we looked at the words correct per minute and how much they have grown, again, in comparison to the national average, which again was phenomenal. And this was just for our 15 weeks. We also had charts showing how the growth was compared to other students in Louisiana that was also using this program. And all across the board, when we look at students, EL students, using this Amir program, the growth is phenomenal. So I'm just excited to see what it will look like if we actually be able to start this from day one in August, as opposed to just having it for the 15 weeks.
Thank you. President Lanus, did you have any additional comment?
No, honestly, I'm just completely blown away by a lot of the results that we're seeing right now. This is phenomenal. My only question would be, where do we start off at? I know now we're about 14% growth. Where do we start off at, though?
In fluency with our students,
Population. How many students?
how many students have? Well, yeah, how many did we have last year? Because we don't have all numbers. We weren't.
It's okay if you can't answer that question tonight.
We could get that number.
Okay, no.
But this program was for K to 5
Mhm.
that were using this Amir Learning.
Okay.
So it was only our K to 5 students.
Yeah, so what we wanted to, the point that President Lance was bringing up is that currently we are, our Hispanic population is 14%. 2.5 years ago, I believe it was like 6 or 7%. Is that correct?
It's constantly growing.
So the point we wanted to make is that it is the fastest growing population, and some of the challenges I've seen in other districts is that they would wait for the population to get so big, and then they would start to figure out we need to do something. And what I'm excited about is that Mr. Rico and their team is with the partnership with the state, is for us to start problem solving now, especially with our English language learner population, to be able to figure out. And they've been doing an exceptional job. We've also been working close with the Council of Great City Schools, looking at districts that have done exceptional work across the country with populations, with that population similar to ours that have been successful. So they've been really working with strategies. So we're really excited about the expansion of this program, and the dollars are coming directly from the state. Correct. That's why you see in the item it says incentive. Anywhere you see incentive, the state is literally saying we're giving you dollars specifically for this particular program. So I just wanted to give you that context, but we're super excited. I think there's also folks that are actually on the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Um,
I see we have Maria Karstafen on there.
These are the vendors. And to
Yes.
answer your question, we have about 4,000 students that are identified as English learners.
And that's the question, I'm sorry, that I was alluding to. I was trying to figure out where we started off at, because I know the percentages, but I didn't know the exact number based off those percentages. But I know it has continuously grown over the course of that time. But I will say again, 15 weeks and this level of growth,
Yes.
that is nothing to sneeze at. That is a phenomenal growth number. So thank you.
And I know we're going to let, we have Maria Karstafen on their screen, as well as Miss Cooley. Is that correct on there? If there's anything they'd like to say as well, just for our board. Can you hear us?
Unmute.
I think you guys have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. So we're just really looking forward to the opportunity to work more deeply with EBR. We are providing with this contract, which is different than what was happening in 15 weeks. This is an opportunity to bring tutors into the schools that will be working with the students to, yes, use the Amira software, but also provide an SEL component. Talk to the students about how they're doing in their days and how they're doing in acquiring English and in all the coursework that they're doing, because they're going to have a relationship with these students and they'll be seeing them every day when they pull them out. And someone mentioned that this is funded by the state. So the state is going to be reimbursing you for the money that's spent for this program.
We can also allow board members to, I like what Board Member Russ said, actually do the program, which I'm actually excited about that, quite frankly, where you can experience what the kids go through, and that gives you even more of a context. So we can set that up as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rust.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions about, so I love the data that we're seeing of the pilot. Seems to show a lot of growth at Cedar Crest there. Can you explain how fluency is measured? Like, what are we measuring? What does this data tell us, practically speaking?
So basically, the AI program, it is based off the science of reading model. So like vocabulary is embedded into that and all the different strands that go into that. So basically, the students are reading out loud to her, and she is picking up in real time that and tracking their reading progress. She has a lot more patience than a teacher, if you will. So she has over 60 micro interventions. Chantel, correct me, it's how many altogether now that we have? Is it, yeah, okay. All right, over 60 micro interventions. And so, for example, like a teacher's mouth will pop up if a student is struggling with a certain word, and actually sound that out for the student, and then saves that progress and then starts with them on that the next day. There are data reports that are actually embedded into the program itself that teachers use. So it's actually going to be a partnership with the teachers and the AI program together. And so we're very excited about that piece to compare the DIBEL scores to how they did with Amira and what that is showing, LEAP scores. So various data points that we can actually delve into.
So is fluency a measure of fluency in English language or fluency in reading comprehension, or both?
It's both. It's both.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for telling me a little bit more about how it works, because my next question was like, what does this implementation look like, practically speaking? Like, how often is it used? How is it used? Like, which students are chosen?
We're actually with what we said this past year and then continuing on with it, we are having this done in the ELA block portion with the ESL class, but also with our traditional ELA teachers at Cedar Crest. They did an amazing job with this. They knocked it out the park, but they actually had intervention time in the morning and the afternoon and had her reading, those kids reading and on. It is really effective in that small group setting also, and we want them on Amira for 15 to 20 minutes at 3 sessions per week.
Okay.
At a minimum. But they can always do more. They can always do more. So.
Dude, just anecdotally speaking, like, how do kids feel about it?
They love it. Like, I could just say, like, their faces just like light up. Our students, they want to talk. And that is so huge that they are having those conversations. Like, we had several teachers come up to us and say, hey, like, this student wasn't talking at all, and now they're confident and they're speaking.
So when using the platform, they're not just sitting in front of a computer and say, like, clicking things. They're speaking.
No, they're speaking. They have the headphones on, and she's like interacting with them. So,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Narcisse.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the board may or may not recall this, but we created a EBR literacy blueprint that was in partnership with LSU, Southern University, and a number of national partners, talking about how we looked at literacy within the community, within all the various components. I just wanted to highlight the science of reading. All that was a part of that work we started about 2 years ago in collaboration and partnership. So this program just fits into that model, especially as we're trying to be more aggressive around the science of reading and those things. So we will bring that back up again. I know Ms. Warren and her team is highlighting a lot for teachers in terms of their instructional practice.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. First of all, I just wanted to say good job and kudos to our team that is working with our EL students. I share that they have been near and dear to my heart for years, in almost hoping that they would one day be able to get foreign language credit for learning English. So I think that we are stepping in the right direction. The other is I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Russ and to Dr. Narcisse. I am looking forward to, I don't want to say playing, I'm going to say exploring with these platforms that we have talked about within the next couple of weeks. Those are things that make my heart happy. And then I'm going to also steal Dr. Finney's comment, because he does have a comment card here, in sharing that if our team will make sure that we have the presentation ready for the next, for the full board meeting, and then also have it in the proper place within our presentations, so that way we can show that to our public as well. So thank you. All right, Coach Lewis.
Are there any surrounding districts or surrounding EBR using this platform, like Caddo, Orleans, Jefferson?
Ms. Cooley, can you answer that?
Are there any other parishes, surrounding parishes? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. Good evening. This is Maria Karstafen. This particular design is part of a statewide effort. So there are more than a dozen districts across the state of Louisiana that are participating in the Amira English Learner pilot. And so the two largest systems are East Baton Rouge and Jefferson Parish. But there are a lot of other districts that aren't as large, but certainly have a healthy English learner population. We made sure that each district had at least 100+ English learners to be part of the pilot and part of the research study. So you do have partners across the state, and actually East Baton Rouge is, like a few others, leading the pack for its effort for a quality implementation and fidelity of usage. So for what it's worth, I want to just make sure I credit Dr. Rico for and his team for all the work they have done, because they do have to not only work inside your system, but as Chantel Cooley, who is also on this Teams meeting, can tell you, they do collective district collaborative meetings so they can learn from each other, and the state participates in following and tracking the progress as well. So you are not alone in this, and that's why in your agenda item you can see the data that compares EBR to other districts in the state of Louisiana.
Thank you. I didn't have the presentation on my computer. I was just wondering, how we were compared to other districts. Thank you.
Yes, and compared to other districts that where students are not using Amira, you are exceeding the average. And then within the state of Louisiana, you are also exceeding the average. But there is a lot of room for improvement. So this is in part why this particular agenda item has utilized the human tutors to accelerate and to improve fidelity of implementation, to ensure that kids learn and take some self-responsibility for their learning by understanding how to use the technology appropriately, and to do it within the timeframes that they should around research-based best practice. So we don't want kids sitting on it for hours. There is a limit to how much is enough, and especially at the early grade levels, because we're focusing on elementary, we want to be very cognizant of that and thoughtful about their their development and exposure to screen time. The human tutors are really important. We call them mentor tutors because they spend the research-based amount of time with the student on the AI and with the AI and make sure that we are tracking it appropriately. But the other part that they do is around social emotional learning and being a mentor and support to students, especially language learners who often are slightly intimidated by the school process, especially if you are a newcomer to the United States, never having been in an American classroom, and sometimes never even really using technology in your home country. So we try to bridge that in a very soft way, and we are very particular about hiring people who can do a couple of things. One, really care and want students who are language learners to have a great experience in school. Secondly, they utilize the social emotional learning platform or curriculum that a district provides. The third thing they do is ensure that we do fidelity of implementation around the research-based practice of utilizing Amira. And then the fourth thing that they do is they do a really great job as a mentor tutor so that they get introduced to your system gets introduced to these potential future employees, and where you might have gaps in your educator pathway, having people who care about Baton Rouge, who live in the community. We hire right from the community to ensure that these are people who really want to see East Baton Rouge Parish Schools do a great job. So pretty much we see that these employees start off part-time, and they often end up being part of the school system because they do a great job, and it also allows you to address any educator pathway shortages that you may have in your system.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, I'm going to briefly take over the meeting until Vice President Paul Lewis gets back. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time. Also, thank you, Coach Lewis, for your comments. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we will now go to the public for public comment. First up, we have Dr. James Finney. All right, he said he waives. Is there any more comment cards? Okay, at this time, seeing there's no more comment cards, we will now come back to the board. I'll give my board colleagues a few seconds to see if they want to indulge in conversation on this item. Seeing none at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along, we'll now go on to item B12, professional service contracts, fine arts. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and A, Arts Council of Greater Baton Rouge in the amount of $130,000 to provide arts integration and education in residencies and performances for schools. B, Douglas Manship Senior Theater Complex Holding Incorporated Manship Theater in the amount of $91,594 to provide 4 touring productions for select schools. C, Kids Orchestra in the amount of $250,000 to provide after-school enrichment and orchestral instruction program for K-8 students. Strategic Alignment Student Achievement Funding Source General Fund. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Okay. At this time now, I'll come to our board for any comments. I see School Board Member Nathan Russ is in the queue.
Just a point of information, I see in the agenda item details and board docs, the Arts Council contract listed as $89,500, but I see in the memo, is that the correct amount is $130,000 as you read?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it should, if I'm not mistaken, in the backup documentation, it actually is 130. It was a typo when they were writing up the agenda items.
Okay.
So, but that was clarified with board leadership beforehand.
Thank you. Yeah,
No
I just
problem.
want to point that out for a board, but also for the public, because I know that, it's important to be accurate, as we all know.
Yes, sir. For the record.
Second comment on that, when Kids Orchestra came up before the board earlier this year, it raised a lot of questions around both our funding of that program, but also our arts programs in general. One thing that I'll say that, I've had discussions with other board members about is, number one, fully support this item. I'm happy that we're providing greater funding to Kids Orchestra, because I like to see all kids have access to music programming. It's something that helped my mind develop as a kid. It's something I want every kid to have access to. But I would like a greater understanding around our funding of the arts in general, because I think that's something that we need to be looking at when we're looking at individual contracts, is what is the footprint overall? What is the funding we're providing across the district, and how are we equitably putting these resources in front of our students across our school system when it comes to arts programs, when it comes to sports, when it comes to everything that we do that's not the brass tacks of education. So I support this item, but also want to ask our leadership, our superintendent, to help provide greater context when we're being provided with these items, so that we can know, what role does this decision play in the greater scheme of our system. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Also, Mr. Jaffian is in the building. If you had any questions, ask him to come up. Mr. Jaffian, he handles all of our performing arts events and trainings for our teachers as well as our students.
And Mr. Joffrin, just to address Board Member Russ, could you provide the bigger context as well as you talk about these specifics?
Yes. Good afternoon. Well, good evening, actually, President Lane, his Vice President Powell, board members. This is just a part of what we will do with our students in the arts programming, since we are limited with funding from the district in so many ways, but we have gained so much with funding when it comes from our superintendent, who made it a priority to make sure that more arts programming was given to our schools. This actually gives us supplemental ways to even get more than what we have now. Yes, and I'm so glad you said it, Board Member Russ. We need more arts funding, as any school across this country does. But this actually gives us an opportunity to see more programming in our schools and enhance what we actually have. So it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you, and I agree. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing in the arts. It is an important part of a well-rounded education, I believe, and I do believe that we are doing things in our district to invest in kids in that way. Would just love to see some more context, even dollars and cents, in the future around what do we put into these different types of programs, so as we're asked to make smaller decisions like this, we can kind of see the overall picture. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell Lewis. I second everything my colleague Mr. Russ said. I think it's very important that we be provided with much greater context for this. To my mind, that's what the budget process is for, and there should be line items in the budget that say supplemental arts educational services, right? And we decide as part of the budget process, all right, we want to spend $2 million toward that. And then the superintendent's directed to figure out how to allocate that and who should get those, which particular services should get those. As it is, I don't know. I have no idea how much funding we're providing for this. I don't know what we're deciding not to fund because we're funding this. That's not the sort of context that we're not getting the sort of context that we should have to make these decisions. We don't have policies in place that set forth the board's determination, which I think we collectively feel very strongly about, that these resources need to be allocated very equitably across the system to do the most that we can, both to make it available to as many kids as possible and also to ensure that we're not perpetuating the priorities of the past when we're all concerned about the priorities of today. And without the context and without having these discussions in the proper context, it's very difficult to do that. That said, I'm going to vote for it because I'm not going to vote against sending the orchestra to schools, right? But I think we need to really start thinking about as we all explore our desire to improve our budgeting processes. I think we really need to look at fundamentally overhauling the budget so that it provides this kind of context for us, and then we can get a quarterly or an annual report from the superintendent. Hey, here's how I spent the $3 million for arts enhancement or music enhancement or what have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have entered the queue as well. First of all, you all know that art and the arts are very important to me and very important to me in our school system because I've seen the product of it firsthand. I constantly share, and I've even shared with my friends back there in the back from Kids Orchestra as well, how they kind of saved my life being a single parent, being able to provide those services to my son at a minimal cost, because there was a sliding scale available that when he was introduced to playing the violin, I was just wowed that it was something that I could actually afford, and it allowed him to grow. I know earlier we talked about SEL and social emotional learning, and I know Coach even mentioned that teachers have been doing this all around, but I feel as though even with whatever kind of art program we have, that it naturally provides that outlet for students to be able to be emotionally stable. It helps quite a bit. So any funds that we can put towards our programs, I'm excited about. I did want to ask the question as well, Mr. Joffrion, of how does this affect our expansion, maybe to additional schools or different regions of the city or the parish?
Right. We looked at this first, and we were trying to get at least 2 schools in each region, but looking at the money and finances and other after-school programming, how that would actually look. So now we're using this truly as a pilot because we did hear you when you said you wanted these arts programs in each region. So now we made sure that we have at least 1 school in each region. And in North Baton Rouge, we have 2 schools that will use 1 building. And we're working out the transportation for those kids to have the actual opportunity to attend. So from this program, we want to look at how we can use it this year and look at other after-school programming and how we can mesh those together and build even more programs for after-school starting next year.
Thank you. So I know that this was quite a boost in funding.
Yes.
But we look forward to even more growth as time goes on.
Yes. And and like I said, we got these the way we have it by the schools that were picked based on our superintendent, who has gracefully given us band teachers in elementary school that we actually need, so we can matriculate those students to our middle and high school programs so they can truly be true feeders.
Okay. And lastly, I will share this in my 2 minutes that I have left. If we want to truly see the feedback, I know with Kids Orchestra, and I'm sure with additional arts programs as well, just send us an invitation when it's time for the concerts.
Most definitely.
And we'll get a chance to see. Yes, absolutely. They are phenomenal, you all.
And can we talk $2 million for the arts?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joffrion, for your presentation tonight.
Try to get somebody in trouble.
Thank you so much. Okay, President Lanus.
Make it 5.
Right.
No, but I will say I share the same sentiments as School Board Member Martin and School Board Member Russ, that, and this has nothing to do with you, but it does have a lot to do with how we prioritize things inside of the budget. What I will say is next month, progress monitoring starts. One of the conversations we're going to talk about is precisely what you just named, was understanding what it is that we're voting on, the importance of it, and what's the end goal, the end result.
Right.
What is the performance that we have rendered when we come to the end of the year, so that we can make more in-depth discussions around what needs to be cut versus how we prioritize the needs and services for things that we need, such as the arts. So
Right.
I just want to share that sentiment and say that the work begins next month. But thank you, Mr. Joffrey, and you're doing an amazing job, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further board comment, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. To Mr. Martin's point about the budget, at least we clearly see this is coming from the general fund, so that narrows it down to about 300 pages. And we could probably guess which page or two, but have no idea which line item will, when this passes, be tapped for 471,000 or so. But I have some more specific concern. There are a lot of elementary schools. So what is so special about Forest Heights and Sharon Hills that they get 2 teachers worth of visiting arts programs, and the other 40 or 50 elementary schools don't get that? I wish you would separate this into 3 items and consider rejecting item B, because I didn't understand it last year when somebody mentioned that we're paying for the tickets and we're also paying all the expenses for the shows to be put on. And then besides that, we don't know which schools will benefit. But with Kids Orchestra, as 1 or 2 of you mentioned, whenever this came before you before, there was, I thought, an assurance from the administration that before this comes back again, we'll have some clear understanding of how you're making arts of various types available to every student at every school every day. It's really important. Art and music are way more important than one more piece of software that they have to sit in front of for 20 minutes a day. Way, way more important. I might teach math, but I started out as a music major. They work perfectly together. So every student needs a very, very robust arts education. Putting something cute in each region doesn't cut it. Every single student needs access. You still have several tens of millions of dollars of ESSER money. Figure out a pilot program and do it. There's no excuse not to have arts available to every student every day at every school. Demand that from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Toombs.
Good evening once again. First of all, I would like to say thank you, President Lannis, for suggesting that I come to this meeting to be able to speak on this item. And this is near and dear to my heart because when somebody don't want me to speak up, I'll speak up. So essentially, when I started at LSU in 2019, I was just an ex-athlete that was working at LSU, and I started looking for a master's program. And I found a master's program in liberal arts. And that's when I guess my culture meter started to go off, and I started to learn more about culture, arts, dance, all kinds of things of that nature. And what I found is that those things can completely change your emotional intelligence. Like, it can definitely be a de-stressor, things of that nature. And so essentially, when it came time for me to get my doctorate, I mean, it was just an easy transition to the Doctor of Design program at LSU in art and design. And one of the things that we do there is cultural preservation, right? And when I think about like our program and how we want to kind of reframe the way people look at art and design, that's something that we're charged with doing is outreach. So definitely want to be of support in any way possible when you talk about developing programs for the arts and things of that nature. We'd love to be a resource. So I'm going to switch hats real quick because I do external support for Helix Community Schools. And so I'm looking at the memos and I'm looking at the commitment of, I see this one is the Kids Orchestra, which is increase academic achievement, social and emotional learning practices, as well as enhance musical skills, techniques, and instrumental music. We at Helix have a middle school downtown that is definitely effective in trying to expand our kids' base in the arts. So we definitely like to be a part of that in any way possible. Love to have that in our capacity. Want to figure out more about how to tie into that deal. Now, the other thing that really got my attention is the Manship Theater deal. Well, it says in their dynamic, let me see, where is it? Right. It says that to increase the number of students reading at above grade level, right? And my thing is, it says the determination of schools will be designated by the Department of Literacy. So let me make a plea to the Department of Literacy. Please, by all means, look at Helix Community Schools as an opportunity to allow us to tie in. And because, you know, when you talk about downtown and you talk about culture, you're technically talking about Helix. So we'll definitely love to be a part of that. Just wanted to touch base on that. Thank you for your time, and you have a good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
I just wanted to thank Board Member Russ for his question because we absolutely do not have enough arts in schools. Children have to use both sides of their brains, the analytical side and the art side, in order to fully engage in anything. So whenever I ask them to analyze something, I also make them use the other side. You're going to draw about it. You're going to write a poem about it. You're going to find a song that relates to whatever the topic is. You're going to do something on the art side with it as well. And so we absolutely need more arts. I 100% support this this item, but we do need more, which all of you have said, so I won't beat the horse. But I do support it, and let's get some more also. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. B13, professional services contract. Love it. Okay, B13, professional services contract, Let's Serve LLC. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Let's Serve in the amount of $95,000 to facilitate and monitor student community service, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSER 3, incentive. Is there a motion?
Moved.
It has been moved by President Lanus. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. We will now entertain comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to the public. Okay, are there any comments from the public on item 13? Okay, seeing none, we will return to comments from the board. President Lanus.
Can a city year family come up, please? Yep, I'm bringing all of y'all to the front. Go on, come up. Oh, it's not? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Stay sitting down. I apologize. I'm going to get you. Just know I'm going to get you. I'm sorry. My apologies.
All right. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B14, Professional Services Contract, Associated Professional Educators of Louisiana, APEL. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Associated Professional Educators of Louisiana, APEL, in the amount of $67,158 to provide professional development for content leaders, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development, funding source redesign. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Ballou. And we will now entertain comments from the board. I have entered into the queue. Oh, well, I just took myself out, but okay. And I just wanted to share, if this contract is any replication of what I've seen with the work with APEL thus far, I think that this would be an excellent investment. APEL has been so phenomenal in supporting teachers, in providing support programming for teachers, in providing incentives, and even providing continued education opportunities and grant opportunities as well. And so I just wanted to share and to say that I do support this item. Okay. Seeing if there are any further comments from the board at this time. All right, seeing none. Are there any comments from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll return to comments from the board. All right, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We're now to item B15, Professional Services Contract, City Year Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and City Year Incorporated in the amount of $480,000 to bring instructional support, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, Title I. Is there a motion?
Move.
Okay, it has been moved by President Lanus, and it has been seconded by Coach Lewis. We will now entertain comments from the board. Okay, President Lanus.
City, can you now come down? The whole team.
Hello.
Well, well, well. Let me start by saying, when I was a classroom teacher and also when I was a support specialist, I saw the work of City Year then, and I still see the work of City Year now. And the assistance that you give a lot of our educators is phenomenal, and my hat goes off to that. I want to always be able to show appreciation to those who help to support our school system and make it a better place. And you all are doing some phenomenal work here in East Baton Rouge Parish, but not just here, around the country. So again, kudos, hats off, thank you.
Thank you, and you can stay right there. My sentiments are very similar. I remember being at Bel Air High School as a teacher with way more students than what I should have had in my class, and if it were not for, I believe her name was, oh shucks. It started with a B, that's all I remember. But I know we're Facebook friends now, but if it wasn't for her and serving in my class, I think that I probably would have lost my mind with the number of kids that I had in my elective law studies class, and she was very supportive, and even there for my social studies class as well. And since then, I've seen so many of my students become City Year employees or City Year mentees or mentors as well. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why I missed the EL vote just a minute ago was because I had to chase Ciola outside because I hadn't seen her since she graduated from Scotlandville High. And to see her, number one, be productive is so exciting for me. Of course, yes, I know what I said as far as her being productive, but that's what I look for in all of my students. I look for how they're involved in the work, and just to see them and to see, I think for sure that I've seen maybe 3 or 4 of them come through your program since you all supported me in my classroom. I'm just super excited that we can support you in return. Thank you. All right, Coach Lewis. All right, Dr. Narcisse.
Yes, Vice President Powell on the board. I just wanted to share just a couple of data and anecdotal data, well, not anecdotal, but data we have. Almost every school that City Year was in, you saw a tremendous increase in academic performance. And so as I spoke to the Vice President, I would like to have a plan on expanding them, especially in our schools that are within the C, D, and F school range, which usually needs more tutoring, more of those things. And so I did talk about the opportunity of trying to get a plan with them strategically on an expansion, because also all dependable on how many core members they can bring to Baton Rouge. But the reality, I always say the facts are the facts, the data doesn't lie. Schools have not only done well, but they've done exceptional. If you look at Park Elementary, I can go down the list with some of the schools they've been in. So our goal is hopefully, if we can plan accordingly, to see that expansion happening from this year. I think we have 4 schools. We were shooting for 5, but we'd hopefully like to see, we add 5 per year, which will especially at our more challenging schools, but we will look at that as we continue to work through our budget. So that gives them a target opportunity to be able to bring core members to our city, and also to help not only our children, but just the context of expansion with tutoring and all the stuff that they've done. So I just wanted to say thank you. As you know, we can't do this without partners like that, but there's been a clear return on investment with them being in our schools. And so my goal is hopefully that we can make sure, especially our schools that are struggling, to get that additional support that they have provided. So just wanted to give that comment.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
I just want to say that I'm very proud of the work that you guys have been doing, especially because I have a friend that works with you guys, Miss Rashana. So with that being said, I fully support this item.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, nobody helps kids more than adults. And getting adults in the room is the biggest challenge in education. Enough adults, enough support. So thank you guys for the work that you do. I got a call from something completely unrelated today, and sure enough, it came out that City Year volunteers made something happen for a bunch of kids last year that I didn't even know you had anything to do with, which was scouting programs, and how much they relied on you to do that, and how they hope that you continue to do it, and how they hope you do more next year. And I'm like, man, we're going to see City Year tonight. So I'm always surprised by what you guys are getting into, and I support what you're doing, the support you're giving to these schools that really need it. So thank you.
Dr. Narcisse.
Yeah, just one other thing too. From my understanding, there have been many City Year folks that are also interested in teaching. So our goal is also to work with them closely to create a pipeline to go into our workforce. I did begin talking to Nicola Hall, which will be talking to Dr. Randolph and her team, so we can create that pipeline where if things work out well, we can help them with certifications, we can give them early contracts. So by the time they finish their work there, they can automatically join into our teaching workforce because they've done just tremendous work with our community.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I just didn't want to be left out of the Love Fest.
I'll take it all night if you want to.
But yeah, I've been to some of our schools and seen firsthand the work that the City Year volunteers do and young people, and it's just incredible, and we really do appreciate it. We absolutely want to find a way to increase the presence. You find enough people to participate in your program, and we'll find a way to get you into more of our schools. So I just really want to thank you for everything you do. I know it was fascinating to see when I came to tour the school, Park Forest, that the impact this has on the students, our students, but also the impact that the service has on all of your volunteers and how they grow as young adults in the process. And so I think it's just a wonderful thing all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, are there any comments from the public at this time? Seeing none, we return to comments from the board as well. And I will say this, I do have, I guess, a question just for our audience that may be watching our meeting. Dr. Narcisse, if you can just share still, what is the general gist of all that the $480,000 will cover for our city year partnership?
Dr. Randolph, would you like to answer that?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the love. We truly appreciate it. These are some of our returning and new core members, so being able to have this experience and then to receive it, it's incredible. As y'all know, my name is Dr. Luz Randolph. What the services that you will receive, currently we are in 4 EBR schools. Those are Park Medical Academy, Crestworth, Glen Oaks Park Elementary, Glen Oaks Middle, and High School. And we are going to deploy a team of 5 to 7 AmeriCorps members that go out and serve as our climate and culture, but also provide ELA and math focus intervention as well as SEL intervention. You will also get a full staff member who manages the team. We are truly doing whole school, whole child, which is the entire school gets our services, but then we also focus on those students who are in dire need so that we can progress monitor them throughout the year. And as has been mentioned, we have seen an incredible increase on the students that we focus. The numbers have demonstrated a 34% increase in all the students that we served in those focus lists within ELA or math and SEL, and in attendance a 58% increase, which is talking about having student success coaches really bridging the gap between the students, the teachers, and what we're trying to do. These are individuals who are 18 to 25-year-olds who are choosing to give a year of service with a modest stipend. We take on the stipend, they get full benefits, and at the end of their service year, they get an educational award that can be applied. Our goal, as you all continue to say, is to better Baton Rouge, to better the school system. We're trying to attract talent, keep the talent, give them the service, and bring them back to the community so they can keep Baton Rouge and get Baton Rouge to be bigger and better. And that's what we're doing here at City Year.
Thank you so much. Also, I'll share just the same sentiments of what our board president has shared before. We are starting this process of more intentional progress monitoring, so it would be nice to begin to keep data reports of how effective City Year has been. Of course, we share the love, but we know that there are many who need the hardcore data. So hopefully in the future that you all will be able to share as well visuals that will allow the others to see the great work that you do. I will also share also that I think that it's wonderful that as your teams participate in schools that they desire to become teachers. Once again, I know many who have served in City Year and are now teaching in our schools in Baton Rouge. So it's still exciting to know that you guys are doing this work. Thank you.
Vice President Powell, if I may add.
Dr. Randolph, can you tell the board and the public for the 4 schools how many total City Year Corps members we will get?
So for the 4 schools, it ranges 5 to 8. We do recruitment all year long, so between 5 to 8 AmeriCorps members. Some schools may receive more. What we do intentionally is meet with the administration, speak with them, and identify the gaps and needs, and then we go ahead and deploy the team to the schools. So we have a core of 53 this year. We have 2 schools that are not EBR schools. They're also receiving teams. So it could be about 35 to 40. It just depends on the actual need.
So we'll get about 35 to 40 people, AmeriCorps members.
And I want to add that that's double the number that we recruited last year. Last year we started with 29 AmeriCorps members. This year we recruited 60. We do have attrition like we normally would. We are at 53, but we will up the number again by October and December. Additionally, to add to Vice President Powell's comments regarding data, our contract, we went ahead and we will work to execute the data sharing agreement so that we can paint a better picture. We do realize that one of the biggest challenges that we have, just like many other organizations, is painting the picture, showing them what we do. Because you just see the red jackets and not the boots, but you see the red jackets. So people constantly think about that. But how do we paint a picture about the important work that they do and what we gain from them?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote. And you all may be seated. I know Mr. Lane has asked you to come to the front.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Okay, moving to B16, Seymour Selection, Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts, BRCVPA project. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation of the Seymour Selection Committee of Ratcliffe VPG to provide construction management at risk Seymour services for the BRCVPA project, strategic alignment, exemplary customer service, funding source, tax plan. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? All right, Ms. Stewart.
I had some questions because in regards of construction now and construction management, I think that there needs to be some type of plan or implementation given to us so that we can know, or some type of structure as far as date and timelines to go forth, moving forward. Is anybody here to speak on that?
Ms. Spalding and Mr. Morales, would you mind coming up? Oh, we see Judith. Can you come on up with Judith Anderson from CSRS?
Good evening, board. Yes, we can provide a timeline for the project for everything that is on the slate right now.
And let me just say this. I do understand about construction and time delays and different things like that, but that last, you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes, we can definitely provide that, so we can email that information with the projected schedule. Part of it will be further outlined once the Seymour really dives in to the project, but we have the overall benchmark dates.
Okay. All right, any further comments from the board at this time? All right, seeing none. Comments from the public, Dr. Finney.
Thank you. The voters approved replacing BRCVPA. The voters did not approve making a monster school on a tiny site on a busy highway. It's not too late for you to undo that mistake you made a few months ago. Rebuild BRCVPA, fine, but you don't need to expand it. You need to expand arts to every student in every school every day, not collect them all in one space and take them out of their neighborhood schools and take the vitality out of that main public institution that's in every neighborhood. This administration, with the full backing of the business community, has pushed magnet schools and charter schools to the detriment of neighborhood schools. You can fix that by trimming this project back to what the voters approved. There is absolutely no good reason to build a way too big school, exacerbate the traffic problem on Acadian, overload that site, cause students to ride on diesel chugging big yellow monsters all the way across town. Put the programs where the kids are. Rebuild the school, fine. Do not rebuild it as a monster school, which you have given the administration permission to do. Think of all the things you could do with the money that you switched into this project that you didn't need to do. You could pay for fences and entrance controls at every single school with the money you added to this project. And the administration hasn't even shown that there's a demand for an expanded enrollment at BRC BPA. So at some point, you need to exercise some control, put the brakes on a few more of the administration's bad ideas, and be frugal with the public's money. So please consider, when this comes back up in 2 weeks, having a serious conversation about whether there is any excuse to make the building as big as and as expensive as you have given the administration the authority to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell-Lewis. The only question I have is one point that Dr. Finney brought up, which is that I think we've all received a number of complaints from people that have to drive at Acadian Thruway at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so could someone speak to how we're planning to reduce that problem rather than increase it as we increase the capacity at this school?
Yes, Board Member Martin, Judith or Randy?
Yes, the architects, RHH Tipton, has hired a traffic engineer. So there are traffic studies that are being conducted. We're also meeting with the city to outline routes and how to best contain and put the traffic on the site versus Acadian. But we're going through a full study with the traffic engineer.
Okay, as part of the design process?
As a part of the design, yes.
Okay.
As well as meetings with the city.
I just encourage us to put a very high priority on that.
Yes.
And make sure that we evaluate that early enough that if we need to take an extra however many 100 feet of the site in order to provide zigzags or whatever, that we do that we make sure that we do that at whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. President Lanus.
Yes, thank you. I want to just give some level of context to this, if you don't mind, Judith, because you had a similar situation with Forest Heights, and I heard the last comment, right, where you talked about prioritizing certain schools over community schools. So I'm gonna give you Forest Heights. That's a community-based school. Before we expand it in the same sense of how Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts are changing right now and incorporating a K through 8 model, same similar situation. Before we even did that, there were similar situations that were happening inside of the neighboring neighborhood. What we found was that parents are just attracted to those types of schools because they are exceptional at growing students. You know just as well as me, Judith, that we had residents concerned saying, I'm tired of these cars in front of my house every day when I'm getting off from work because I can't get in there. But we had no other way to alleviate that. And the only way we could do that was working with one of the properties next door, asking them, can we please move some of the busing over there? And as we're going through the current construction right now, we had to expand some of the parking lot space with some of the vacant space that we had already. So I only said it to say, even with having it at a neighborhood school, you still have a lot of the same similar problems, unfortunately. And I hope that with the study that we can find some way to alleviate that traffic. I've driven through it before, and it is troublesome when you're trying to get to the other side of town, but I do understand parents are just attracted to those kind of schools, and it's unfortunate where the locations are.
President Leslie, I think the particular challenge of that school is because Acadian is such a thoroughfare. You know, I've been helping work with Park Forest Elementary on how the line forms for pickup and drop off there. It's every bit as bad, but that's not a major thoroughfare for the Baton Rouge community, and so I think that's why we have an extra responsibility here to try to solve this problem.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. B17, Westdale Middle School Property Servitude Appraisal. Consideration of a request for authorizing the superintendent to purchase an appraisal of 1 acre of land on the southwest portion of the Westdale Middle School property. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board? Okay, Mr. Martin.
Sorry, I've read the memos, but if somebody from staff could very briefly explain what it is that we're doing here and why, I'd appreciate some context.
Go ahead, Mr. Riles.
So I'll give you my best overview because this was before I got here to the district. And when I got to the district, I learned about this matter. So when Westdale Middle was built originally, Mr. David Manship owns a right-of-way through the property. Still to this day, he legally owns that right-of-way through the property. And the school was built. And I have Mr. George Kurtz here, who is a wealth of knowledge on the real estate and everything that has happened in the district, so he can give you much more detail. But in lieu, Mr. Manship still owns that right-of-way, and he's asking for us to say, hey, look, I'll sign over my right-of-way, but I'm asking to purchase an acre of land from you as a buffer around my property, because back then when it was done, if you look at the property lines, his fence is actually on EBR's property line as it is now, off of a verbal agreement of, hey, I'll give my right-of-way up, you let me build my fence here and I get this buffer. And so now he's saying, hey, look, I want to make it legal and I don't even want you to give me the land. I want to get an appraisal and I want to purchase the land from you because that's the fair and right thing to do.
And we're confident that we don't need that acre or won't need that acre in the future?
No, if you look at the presentation that's attached, it's just a small buffer, which, like I said, his fence is already on it. And there's a small portion to the north that's a wooded area that we don't even use and that he wants to actually clean up, which will make it even better.
I think that makes a great deal of sense. I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Lewis.
And also, Randy, we spoke the other day, there's about 7 access points to Westdale that we can't secure right now. And this real estate deal can help us in securing that campus. I mean, it's one of the most wide open campuses that we have, especially along the front, but there's about 7 access points that we need to secure.
And I believe his rear driveway actually opens up to the campus. So that'll alleviate that too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, and I just wanted to remind everyone, if I'm correct, this is only to allow us to go get an appraisal and do that sort of stuff. So any agreement would come back before the board. So this is just a first step in a multi-step process.
Yeah, we're just asking, hey, let us go get the appraisal price, and that way we can come back to you and say, hey, here's the price, here's fair market value. Do you agree or disagree, and can we move forward?
And policy requires the board to secure an appraisal prior to purchase.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, are there any comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, we'll return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. B18, McKinley Middle right-of-way sale. Consideration of a request to accept the appraisal of parcels A3 and 11-1D1 identified as appraisal report form C, state project number H004100, and to authorize the board president and general counsel to execute all documents related to a final sale of the identified parcels. Okay, is there a motion? Okay, Mr. Gode, is there a second? Okay, and it has been seconded by Mr. Martin. All right, any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. All right, and we're back to comments from the board. Let us entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B19, mileage rate increase. Consideration of a request for the approval to increase the travel mileage rate for employees, not including board members, from the current rate of 50 cents per mile to the current federal rate of 65 cents per mile. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Oh, okay, Mr. Baloo.
Yeah, I looked at the memo and I understand the reasoning behind it. I'm just wondering, is there any reason why we wouldn't want to tie mileage reimbursement to the IRS reimbursement rate instead of changing it every so often?
I'll do my best to answer that. Mr. Russ kind of sponsored this amendment. We are actually discussing bringing a policy change to the board along with other policies next month that will make that rate fluctuate with the federal rate as well.
Okay.
So it's already in the works.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Should have it in 30 days.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
I fully support it, but can we also publicize it so employees know that it exists and can file for it? Thank you. Because when I tell them, they're like, wait, what?
Thank you. All right, seeing no further comments from the public, Dr. Narcisse.
No, I just wanted to say to the board, we have put a process in place. Okay. We've put a process in place that once the board votes on any item, we actually share with the entire organization. So whatever your votes are, after the actual board meeting, we will send that so all 6,000 employees will get it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Russ.
I would just like to know if Superintendent Narcisse is going to share his grapes with the rest of the class.
We put in a special order every meeting.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
That's what we call it.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, let us entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item B20, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR PSB, School Board, in the matter of Randolph versus East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, et al., Middle District of Louisiana, docket number 15654, U.S. 5th Circuit docket number 2330222. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing no comments from the board at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You get sued a lot. Sometimes the plaintiffs are right. Sometimes when lawsuits drag out for far longer than they need to, the only people to benefit are the outside attorneys. So I would encourage you at every opportunity to consider whether it would make more sense to settle lawsuits than to give your general counsel and his outside contracted special counsel wide latitude to continue protracted litigation. So please think about whether there's an opportunity to simplify things by settling lawsuits when the plaintiff happens to be correct and you are wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Lewis, first, in response to Dr. Finney's comments, litigation is very challenging. Determining whether we were right or not right, whether the plaintiff's right or not right, takes time and it takes money, unfortunately. And so it's not as simple as saying, oh, yeah, we were wrong, let's go pay. It doesn't work that way. It takes time and effort to actually dig into the details to find out really what was right or not. So I support the settlement, and as this is the last item on the agenda, I want to compliment our Vice President for an exceptionally well-run meeting. You kept us way under the time I predicted we would be done when I saw the 20 items, despite the best efforts of our President by using jocularity and bribing the superintendent with the grapes or whatever to delay us and impugn your reputation for a smooth running meeting. So kudos to you. Thank you for getting us out of here early.
Thank you so much. And I always enjoy Shoshone's fruit stand as well.
Thank you. That's our name for it.
All right. President Laters.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First off, jocularity. That was going inside of my mental Rolodex. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will take this time now to relinquish my title to you, Madam Vice President, for a quick meeting. 20 items, and we are getting out of here at 8:30. Ma'am, my hat goes off to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, darling. Okay. All right. Coach Lewis.
This has been a really neat meeting. A lot of laughing and having a good time while we're taking care of business. So if you're watching out there, this is not a divided board. This is a board that knows how to work together and enjoy each other, and we know how to agree to disagree. But this has really been an enjoyable meeting, and I just want to thank you guys for, that we can get things done and be who we are and have a good time and still take care of the people's business. Thank you.
Jocularity.
Okay.
Hey, on a personal privilege, I also like to apologize to everybody for leaving to take a phone call. My daughter called like 3 times in about 30 seconds. I felt I needed to make sure that nothing bad had happened at home. She thought it was glitching and just didn't read it. She forgot I was in a meeting, but she's supposedly watching now, so.
That's sweet.
Okay, you all, let us cast our final vote for the night. This is on item B20, litigation.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Announcements of meetings. Regular meeting to be held on August 17, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held on September 7, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Mr. Gode.
I'm sorry.
Is me? Oh,
I'm sorry,
one
two
quick-
announcements. I'm so sorry. It just dawned on
Lord,
me.
Dr. Dorsey.
You
I'm
blow into
sorry.
8:30.
That's right. Remember, we have teacher appreciation tomorrow from 2 to 6, and also back to school fair Saturday at the River Cane Center. I just wanted to.
Doc, will you give the locations for those two events?
So the teacher appreciation will be at
Capitol Park Museum.
Capitol Park Museum, thank you. And then the back to school will be at the River Cane Center from 2 to 6. We are projecting to have almost 1,500
Raising
families
Cane
Center.
raising cane center. We plan to have almost 2,000 plus. Thank you.
All right. this
Now
meeting is adjourned.
after delay, I move we adjourn.
Thank you.